isn't. I was hoping there was Halloween music. Because I see chill, down tempo, lounge, hip hop, lo-fi, chill hop, ambient, and I always use future hop. But on the old restream, they had holiday themed stuff too. Well, now I'm a little sad, but okay. But Jade, I read about this. Everyone, sent a little prayer for Harley. Axel decided to make a reappearance. He knew he was on the Water Talk video, and he wanted to make sure to torture me twice. But hello. How is everyone this fine evening? How are you?
I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm a little tired tonight, but nothing too special. Got my first affiliate ship, but it doesn't look like the stuff's quite working yet. So.
Well, you said it was a small company, right?
Yeah, they're just getting things started. It's the Evil Laboratory.
Evil Laboratory.
Yeah,
I personally have gotten an affiliate with one company, but I am not going to use it until I try their stuff. And then once I am sure I like it, then it's off to the races. I also have to get my button gear and get my fourth wall up, which I might potentially stay up late tonight and do. Because I've had the store up now for like a month. I have nothing in it. Typical Tarzan. I've been feeding. I saw that, Black Cats. I'm very proud of you. You switched from sending reels to sending screenshots. Hello, Aussie. By the way, I was ready at 10:30, and then somebody inspired me.
She's blaming me for her weakness.
Absolutely. She said, I'm going to make a coffee. And I was like, well, the thing is, like, I don't know if you guys have heard it. My voice has gotten a lot better since I've been using not just local honey. This ain't just local. This motherfucker is a street down from me. His bees are like practically in my backyard. I'm sure I swatted at one of his bees at some point.
Probably killed a few at that.
Huh?
Probably killed a few at that.
Right? Well, I mean, with the bug guys I used to pay for it. And so I've been able to sing more. I've been able to talk more. And so the AC is still not fixed, as you can tell by the gentle sheen of sweat on me. And so it got very steamy in here the other day, and all the cats have decided, ever since we released the 3 adults into the population, the cats no longer use all the litter boxes equally. Nay. There are now only 2 that they pee in.
Oh, God.
All of them. They all pee. There's the second one there and the first one over here. They will all solely pee in these litter boxes. Which it's not diversified amongst the 14 litter boxes I have in the house. Nay. No. It is all concentrated in 2, creating another issue. Last night I was starting to feel it. And so, like, if you guys were watching last night's streams and you're like, hey guys, I gotta go, I was starting to feel it a little bit. So I left the room. And so today, Starman, I was like, you're getting litter on the way home, thank you. And he replaced the 2 that they have decimated.
Nice.
And but that was that was originally what the plan was, and he did it, but not before we had a bit of a dust up today at the house.
Uh-oh.
I was sitting on the couch with Orion because I was waiting for Starman because I was supposed to be here earlier drawing all day, but I had to wait until the litter box was able to be changed. As I'm sitting there on the couch, Starman had just gotten home. He wanted to rest a little bit. Orion's sitting with me. All of a sudden, Orion goes from relaxed, half asleep. He is jumping, and he's not just barking, he is snarling at the window. I look over, there's a man walking through my yard. And Starman actually is the one who saw him. There's a man just marching deeper into my property. Now, I will tell you, Starman was up, had his shoes on in seconds. The guy was gone. I have almost 2 acres of land, and much of it is dense brush. So Starman tried to chase him down. I ran out within seconds, and I'm shouting for him. And as you all know, I'm not exactly the quietest creature on the planet. He heard me. I know he fucking heard me, unless he's fucking blind, deaf. When Starman went out into the dense brush to chase him, our neighbor saw Starman, but did not see that guy.
Ooh.
And so I'm like, so now we're on high alert. I warned all the neighbors around us. Because the thing is a broke bitch. But my neighbor next to me, he has a lot of very expensive backhoe equipment. My other neighbor next to me has a very lovely house where he keeps his garage open 24/7. And the neighbors across from me always have their front door open. So I'm like, I don't know. Now, I will say yesterday there was a big black dog running down the street. So for all we know, this is the guy still searching for his dog. But it really got us all kind of up in arms because the guy did not say, hey, I'm coming into your property. I got to find something. He just walked right up my driveway, through my fenced-in yard, deep into the brush between other people's houses with not a care in the world. And the thing is, the girl who owns this house, there used to be a homeless encampment behind our house.
Right.
Woods. Sinbad, for fuck's sake, you're as bad as Axel. He's as bad as Axel. He's right here. And they used to march and the thing is, my friend who owns this house, well, not for much longer, but she's like 4'10", and she was single. So she was rightfully nervous. And I don't know if it's the same people who, because they haven't seen her in a while, because she was, always working, they think she's still here. I don't know. But we were definitely not pleased, to say the least.
No, it'd be like someone coming in my backyard. You have to work to get into my backyard. And if you're in my backyard and I don't know about it, you don't belong there.
It wasn't even the work, because, it's easy to walk into my property, but it's a long walk. You have to have a reason. And Starman said, well, he was walking with a purpose. Okay, but that purpose can be in someone else's property, not mine. And I was loud enough that all the neighbors around heard me and came out their doorway. When I was like, oh, sir, we saw you. You better come out. I'm letting him know we saw him. He better not be on my property. He doesn't belong on my property. And everyone's coming out because the loud ass, short, fat Italian is screaming her head off on her porch. I mean, there's no reason he couldn't see me. I feel like no one's on, because I see people watching, but the chat's not moving, which is unusual.
We had people saying hi. Maybe the people just aren't feeling talkative yet.
Maybe. That's true. But yeah, so. But I was in here for the last few hours. I've gotten some stuff done.
Nice.
And, Sinbad, you choose now, though. That's the funniest thing. I've been here for hours. He chooses now. Right where I'm going to be drawing after I finish my tour.
Of course.
The problem is I'm lurking, just listening and drawing. Oh, well, that's fine. Then I'll allow it. Hello, Rachel. Trying to get the kids to go to bed. Children, your mother says go to bed. Go to bed. Do not dally now. The boogeyman shall get you otherwise.
All right, so the good news is all my links and everything work now.
Oh, good. Well,
Yeah.
share them. Put them in the chat.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Hold on.
If you love nerdy things and you love our darling little elder goddess, go use this link and buy some stuff and get her money.
Yay, money. Does that work? Yeah, that should work.
Oh, money. Here, go ahead. Come on. You want to show the people how beautiful you are? They never see you anymore. Because you're harder to wrangle now that you're free.
Of course, funny thing is I don't think it worked as a link in mine and yours, maybe? Well, either way, if you just go to the evillaboratory.com, you can also just use code HorrorAmarada for 10% off. And I get a kickback, so that's cool.
Oh, Sinbaddy. His mama's Sinbaddy. Yeah. Oh, he's about to freak out. Ready?
Oh, yeah, you can see it in his eyes.
Uh-huh. Look. You're about to see how not happy he is when he sees Orion. Let me see.
Mom, why are you getting me close to this monster?
Want to meet him? Look at how good he is right now. screams bloody murder every other time. Right now, he's like, not bad. Is that so bad now? Is it
The look on his face says, yes, it's terrible, but I'm behaving because I'm on camera.
You're such a good boy. Sinbaddy's such a good boy. He has the most expressive face.
Mm-hmm. And really golden eyes.
Very. He's got like, ow, what is, there's a fly. There's a fly! You ever hear it buzzing around, you're trying to stop it, and it's so annoying? Edie! Hi, Edie. What, Orion? Look at his little nose. See? Orion's not so scary. No, boy. You turn off my computer in the middle of the stream again. He did I tell you he did that once?
No.
I was drawing. It was a Tuesday stream. And he came over. And he was just sniffing around. And his big fat head hit the power button on my computer. He turned off everything in the middle of the stream. But thankfully, because Restream is a digital platform, it was still streaming.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gone.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, what happened? Have you guys ever got ants in your ears?
I take that back. So this is a good story for this season because it happened on Halloween. My mother made me this absolutely freaking adorable tiger costume.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're talking the whole bodysuit, a tail, that little hat with ears, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
And one of our friends took us we were living in New Mexico at the time, and we went to the zoo. So we go through the zoo and we go to, the zoo always has that center stage where they do the shows with the birds and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, the pavilions. Okay.
Yeah. And so I'm sitting at the front on the edge by the water and everything's fine. We have fun. We get in the car. I look down at my hand and there's this little red ant on my finger. Well, I shake it off and everything's okay. We get home. My friend's mom drops me off. I go to the next door, just ask the little girl next door if she wants to come out and play. And all of a sudden, my entire body, from head to toe, feels like something is just all biting me at once. And my costume was full of red ants. Just utterly full of red ants. And when I say those fuckers hurt when they bite, I mean they fucking hurt when they bite.
I found out the hard way I'm allergic to them.
Ooh.
There's a swelling on my right hip. Okay, so the fat, as you all know, the anti-bopo part of me, I have almost no adipose. Knock on wood. A lot of my fat is very liquidy and watery and floppy. Okay, jiggly. There is only one part of me that feels like adipose tissue, and that is where the red ants got me. So this was back before I got the bug people. When I moved here, I had found out I was allergic to red ants from my job. There was a hill right next to the fucking door of my job. And I was helping someone take out a mattress. And I stood on the hill. But it was early spring, so there wasn't a lot of ants. When I got inside, my foot, I felt the little tiny pinpricks. When they bite, the little tiny pinpricks. And I looked down, there was like 4 or 5 ants on my foot. My foot was blown up for a week, but not so bad. I thought it because somebody bit me. Okay.
Right.
When I moved here, the entire dog yard and front yard filled with anthills. Filled with red anthills. And I found out the hard way. The first month, it was hitting spring. And it was green, and I brought the dogs out, and I was playing frisbee in the front yard. And I went, I got the frisbee from the dogs. And then I noticed the same pinpricks. And I looked down, and just like what you had with your costume, my leg was covered in red ants. Oh, I was flipping out. 2 days later, Orion and Greta come in from the yard. I'm sitting on the couch. Unbeknownst to me, Orion had brought a few guests into the house. And I was sitting on them, and they continuously bit me. But I didn't realize it because, again, the dog's fur, and I wasn't feeling it. Up until I started working in February, Mind you, that was in 2019, guys. My mom was still alive when that happened, okay? My hip would constantly hurt. It took all the labor I've done at my job to work through that, and it's still, like, I'm picking it up right now. It's a saddlebag double the size of this one. It hurts. So when I tell you I understand your pain, hard, I hate fire ants, and that is what drew me to spend $160 a month for a bug person so I could murder those.
Money well spent.
Money well spent. But now I don't know if I told you why I no longer have them. Did I tell you about it?
No.
They made a contract without me signing a contract. I tell them, listen, I can't pay this month. I'll pay you guys again in 2 months. You don't have to come and service me. They said that's not how it works. Even if we don't come out, we're still you're still being serviced because we're on call at any time. Like, well, I just am not going to call you. And they were like, well, that's not how it works. You still owe us the money. And so I didn't see them for 2 months, and they still wanted me to pay. And I was like, no, I can't afford it right now. And this was back when I was switching from no system to the restaurant.
Right.
And I was finding out all sorts of fun things. And I told them, I was like, listen, I cannot afford you guys right now. You have to wait till I can. And they're like, well, it doesn't work that way. You either you have to finish out your contract. And so I just told my bank no longer give them payments. And I told them they'll have to wait until I'm ready. And they still send me the bill, which is like $400 right now, because they charged me for 2 months that I owed, even though I never got a service. And then they charged me for another month, which all racked up to about $400. And I was like, well, you can suck my fat white ass. You're going to have to wait for that. And so now I'm contemplating they are a really good bug person. I won't lie. They're very good at what they do.
Right.
And the problem is I need the biggest package because all of North Carolina's flora and fauna exist on my property. Also, we're dumbasses. I couldn't figure out where all the mosquitoes were coming from, right? We were like, how do we have mosquitoes? How do we have mosquitoes? How do we have so many? I had a flower pot that I had forgotten about.
Oh, no.
A big one, like one of those big ones you put mums in.
And
as I was decorating the front of my house, I looked down because, as you guys know, the last 2 weeks I've had a big ass bug bite on my leg from out of nowhere. My leg was swollen. I want to say the leg is no longer swollen today, and I dropped almost 10 pounds in like 5 days because I weighed myself a couple of days ago. I gained a lot of muscle really easy, so everyone's saying they can see me getting thinner, which is great. I'm back up to 389.
Yeah,
but I'm thinner than I was when I weighed 370. So, okay, let's start with it. We know it's muscle gain. A couple of days ago, I weighed 397. So we know that definitely the bug bites. But here's the funniest thing. As I looked down, when the swelling went away, I had like 7 mosquitoes on one leg.
Oh, jeez.
And then I had like 10 on the other one. So I'm smacking them. And all of a sudden I look up and there's the water. And I'm like, you fucking idiot. How would you? So I dumped it over. And miraculously, there's been less mosquitoes today, guys. How did that happen? Shocking, really.
Yeah. That's one of those things I'm very vigilant about, is making sure there's nothing out there collecting water.
And the worst thing is, dude, I've been looking at it and it hasn't equated to me because there was dirt in there. So my mind was thinking, well, it always absorbs into the dirt eventually. That's where my brain went, guys. I was not, because I don't go over to the front of my house very often because right now there's insects out there and they bite. So it did not occur to me. So I emptied it and I'm going to put mums in it next to my door, but I'm going to get, yes, Jade, that is actually a plan, but shockingly, they are not cheap.
Yeah.
Bat houses cost like $170 to $200 to get a really good one. At least that's when I looked it up. Watch, of course, now someone's going to find it for like $30. But then the other part of it is I don't have a ladder tall enough to put it where I need to put it. I have a house that was built in the 60s. And so there is a giant vent in the middle of my house in the ceiling. And what that was for old style air conditioning. So there's a vent on this side in the roof and on that side in the roof, on the side of the house. And what that is it was a giant fan that would cool the entire house. Well, when they refurbished the house, the cheap motherfucker that refurbished this house didn't take any of that out. He left all the vents in. So I have a direct line to the attic and giant holes in the attic.
Of course.
God knows what is above. I have no idea. There is a door to the attic in my carport. It's nailed shut. So when I tell girl, build one. Girl, with what time and what tools?
Have you considered using a hammer, nails, and wood?
The problem is I gotta make time to do what I do now. I have a final time. So I don't have the ladder to get up there because what I want to do is block off those vents.
Yeah.
What I want to do is I want to just block off almost the entire vent and put the bat houses right above them. So that way any bugs that come out, the bats will get it. And then they'll take care of everything else. That is my intention. Because I'm so done. What?
Bublito.
Oh my God, Bub, shut up. I could have a ghost of Dracula. No. I know exactly what it is because in the winter I can hear the motherfuckers running around. It's a family of raccoons and a family of squirrels. And the squirrels are right here. Look at how watering my fat ass arm and stuff.
Yeah.
And I will tell you right now, guys, I don't know if you notice. So see that?
You can see her arm now.
You can see the arm. This is how much weight I'm losing. And which is great, but that's not going away.
Minus the bat wings, it's great, yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to get it cut out, which I heard the arm is one of the hardest places to heal.
It moves a lot.
Exactly. It's probably, that would be, I will say out of all of it, guys, the one thing I'm terrified of is the loose skin. I have said it numerous times. I was almost more willing to stay fat because the skin wasn't loose. Because the loose skin, it triggers, I hate using that word, it triggers my claustrophobia. So it's, I don't know, Heart, I don't know if you can relate to this because you've lost significant weight as well. And you'll know how this feels. So I have my claustrophobia exists in quite a few ways, especially when it comes to clothing. It's why I wear the clothing that I wear. I can't wear denim. It's too constricting and it makes me freak out. It is not that I can't wear it. There is denim I can wear. There are pants that I have bought that are non-stretch that I can absolutely wear, go out in public. The fact that it constrains me and it folds the skin in certain ways where things are touching and it feels like I can't move, despite the fact that I know mentally I understand that I'm okay. Mentally, I understand. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to suffocate. I am not. Mm-hmm. The moment I feel that anything is in the wrong spot, I have literally had to make Starman stop on the highway sometimes. Yeah, and he knows the moment I say you need to pull over right now, you got to let me pull over. I got to readjust stuff or I'm going to have a panic attack. And so, you see this, guys? This is a panic attack awaiting to happen. So it sucks. I saw both YouTube channels in the Rumble lurking here. Oh, thank you, Silvar. I do. I get a whole showtime of views. Thank you, Silvar. And he also is one of my members of my channel. So I appreciate you, Silvar.
He's great. I've been very happy that I've gotten to know him.
I have not gotten to know Silvar personally. I know him from here. But I will say that as someone who has been always in my chat, I gotta say, I may not have a gigantic following, but the core following I have, they are here for every stream. Mm-hmm. Everything I do, they all, and so I'm very grateful. Oh, yeah. I am grateful for all of them because without them, I would not make any money and this would all be useless. And so I wish I got compliments. You're literally part of that audience, sir.
She's literally giving you a compliment right now.
I believe. I believe him. Sir, thou shalt not lie. But no, I'm
pretty sure he's Jewish. I don't know if that counts for him.
He's not Jewish anymore.
Oh, no?
He had to convert for the wife.
Oh. Now it counts. That sucks.
Oh yeah, Silver, you're amazing. I've got, like I said, everyone pretty much is in the chat right now has been here from the jump for me. Oh God, another bug bite. They tore me up yesterday, guys. They were attacking. But no, I don't get to say it enough. I hope I show gratitude by what I do, but you know, I gave up my title of God's chosen for some boobs. It's true. Just give me right now. Thank you, Esteban. He's another ride or die.
Yep. Yeah.
He will jump to my aid even when someone's just joking. He's like, "Hey, don't you say it to stars." And I'm like, "It's okay. It's just a joke."
Akuma's been showing up in my streams now, which is great. It's great having him. Or they. Sorry.
Yeah. He doesn't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I saw Bubs there, Esteban and Laura and the others. Yes. The other usual suspects. I like Edie, I would say the ones that were here from the very, very beginning.
Him, okay.
And
I feel better.
Hello, him. Whatchamacallit is Chaco, Bubs, and Edie. I would say, and then Liko. But Liko is the gay him from the Powerpuff Girls. Him. Do you have the lobster claws too? Because that just makes the outfit, darling.
Oh my God, yes.
And then Moon shortly after. I think Moon found me through Gothics. I'm not sure. You are Liko! Oh, I didn't realize that. Liko Meow. That is he's one of my ride or dies.
Oh, there we go.
I didn't remember you. And then Esteban came shortly. It's those are the people that have been following me from Jump, and I can't believe now it's already 2 years. So it's crazy. It is really crazy when you think about it.
It really is.
It's all right, Esteban. I enjoy you sucking up.
It's like I've got.
We have several gay people in here.
Why not?
Oh, but let me tell you something. Horror. This has been the week of the red pill dumbasses.
Oh God, isn't that every week?
Oh no, it's been. Hello there, see, another gay. Hello, Hecken. Oh, and Hecken's known me since the Gothics days. Look, me connection with Star Sun has been hard. Yeah, I will tell you this. Liko has been the most dedicated to making sure he follows me, because every single social media platform I have has made him unfollow me.
Oh shit!
It happened on Instagram. It happened on YouTube several times, and he'll be like, "I didn't know." See, that's why I didn't know, because his other account was Liko. He went and deleted his account just to make a new one so he could follow me. Like that, because despite the fact what some people say, I am shadow banned. I have been shadow banned for a hard amount of time, and I may be new. Derp, you have been here for a while though. You've been here for like about a year almost now, maybe a little less. No. I will put you up there, sir, because you're gonna destroy shit. Here, get up there, stay up there. I'm mostly silent stalking you since you gave Michelle your fat card. I think I have it still. Yep. Oh my God, should I do that as a? Should I give away these?
Yes.
For my anniversary, guys?
Oh my God, that'd be great.
Oh my God. I've had these just sitting here. Should I give these away?
Yes.
What do you guys think? Yeah, Bubs, I'm the reason that Bubs and Chaco became mods for Gothics, and well, because the thing is, they were just so Bubs, I didn't realize was young. I thought Bubs was like in his 70s.
Oh yeah.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. For my 2-year anniversary, I'm gonna announce. I don't know. Should I do it for the anniversary, or should I do this if I get to like 15,000? What should I do? I'm gonna post a poll about it. But what should I do to give these away, or should it be for my anniversary?
I would probably do anniversary myself.
For anniversary, there's gonna be 3 winners. I don't care where you are. Yeah, Bubs, I thought you was old. I thought he was an old guy because he was such a cantankerous little bastard. I was like, hey, this can't be a young kid. And then I find out not only is he young, he's younger than me. And I was like, wow. So Bubs and Choco. Choco, I thought was a dude for the longest time. I thought she was like a dude in his 30s. They were just so ridiculous. And I would see them in Gothix's chat. And so when she obviously started getting bigger, she was like, more mods. And I was like, I know the exact 2 people. She's like, why? I said, these 2 are, they are ride or die for you. They are in your chat every single stream without fail. I talked to them. They are very good. They are very friendly. These should be it. And it wasn't until like 3 months later I found out Choco was a girl. I was like Pikachu face completely. Like, I was so shocked. Bublito's like 26.
Oh my god, he's a baby.
He's a baby. Choco's like 22. They're babies.
Oh my god, literal babies.
And I'm sitting here, my old ass, turning 37 next year. I'm
28. Yeah, your old ass. Let's talk about old asses.
Forgive me, he's not 26, he's 28.
Oh my god.
Get off my nuts.
And Nakuma's 28 too.
No, because Esteban, you're the same age as me, aren't you? Bubs is a youngin'. OMG twinsies. See, Liko is the same age.
Mm-hmm. Not just me and you, Derp. Silver actually has us beat.
Yeah, Silver.
He's older than us both. And Derp and I actually literally share a birthday. We are birthday twins.
Same age.
Huh?
I think are the same age.
Who?
Edie, I thought you were older than me. Stop lying. And it's your birthday today? What?
What?
Do not tell me your birthday is today, woman.
You're only 29.
She's a liar. I know for a fact she's a liar. She and I have had this discussion. Yeah, Esteban's the same age as me. He's just a little older. Yeah. I turned 37 in June.
Yeah, but me and Derp literally birthday twins up to the year.
Oh my god, that's
a year month.
Oh my god, Edie, I didn't know your birthday was today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Edie. I need happy birthday in the chat. Bitch, if I'd known, I'd have made you a birthday gift. Oh, I hate myself right now. Now remember, October 2nd.
Write it down.
Right? Look at what? I'm talking here. What? You know, you've been a pain in my ass today.
That's what pets do.
Happy coming out of your mama's birthday. Happy birthday, Edie. I'll send you a song later. What?
You want pain in the ass? Grace is deep in heat. Oh. And Rudy is going insane.
Edie, you're getting a puppy.
No puppies. No puppies. We're not doing that now.
After 40 is actually after 40.
Yeah.
She is over 40. That is true. That is the point of her name. Yeah, after 40, she's been here pretty early on. I think she found me through Instagram. I believe she actually found me through the art side. There's a couple of people who found me through the art side and still love me. No, cats ride or die. Oh, also speaking of the art side, in a little bit, I'm gonna start drawing. I literally told Lindsay Horror that I'd be sorry. that I'd be drawing. And I haven't done it yet.
No, she hasn't been doing any drawing yet.
I did it earlier.
That is so cool.
This is what I'm talking about. For fuck's sake, Axel. Boy, you can cuddle me when I sleep. Horror inspired this one.
I can't imagine why. Hey, Mazit Wazad now. That's one of my ride or dies. He's a great guy.
Sweet. See, I have both.
And him and Silver. Oh.
Didn't even know Axel was there, right? He was sitting on me. As soon as I picked it up, if that's why horror laughed, because as soon as I went like this, Axel came across. Spiders are nasty, right? Ew. Guess I'm the youngest. I forget you are a baby, aren't you?
Oh my God.
Draw the ant fiasco, right? No, this is for Inktober, so that's the first 2 prompts for Inktober. That's why I'm doing them today. I'm trying to get as much packed in because next week I go on vacation with Starman. And I'm not saying where until afterwards because I have no idea. At this point, I have been threatened, doxxed, and I guarantee there's at least one person that hate watches all of my live streams because somebody did try to find out personal information from my live streams when the art thing happened. So now, if I'm going somewhere, you're not going to find until after I'm already back. Yeah, the Medusa took me a hot minute, guys, because it was a great prompt for the pinups, but difficult to make. You can cuddle me when I sleep, Michael from The Office. That's what she said. And Halloween vacay. Yes, well, it's actually not a Halloween vacay. In 3 days, Starman will have been married for her 11 years.
Ooh, congratulations.
October wedding. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. That's me. Between her and Rachel, I got 2 stalkers.
Oh, gosh.
It's a wicked smart idea, right? Thank you. But, whatchamacallit? Oh, the eggs are finally gone.
Yay.
Did I tell you last week what happened to the spider?
Yes.
Okay.
And you showed us the eggs on the window and tried to cause me nightmares and other issues because on the one you could definitely see the spider on top of the eggs.
She was a biggin. On the plus side, not for you, but last night we get home. Everyone, you might want to see this. Horror, you're probably going to want to avert your eyes. So, as you know, we named each of the spiders. The one who laid the eggs, we actually don't know. We didn't know that one existed. So, she is the nameless mother, which I guess is a name in and of itself, because bitch got herself eaten. But last night, when I came home and I looked up, I'm trying to find the picture so I can show you guys because it was kind of cool.
Because she likes to torture me.
Huh?
I said because you like to torture me.
Perish the thought.
Absolutely nobody buys that innocence.
I am but an innocent woman. Well, I'm gonna show you guys one. If you've never seen an orb weaver spider sleep, it's actually kind of cute. It's true. I promise. I went to my dad's house and I saw what looked like a really weird wasp's nest, and I couldn't figure out what was going on with it. And then I realized it was not a wasp's nest. It was an orb weaver spider sleeping. So hold on, let me get a...
Oh yeah, resembling a wasp nest does sound absolutely adorable.
No, it was cute once you get to it, I promise. I'm sending these to Starman's Discord so that way you can see them. So...
Because I've had problems going into our Discord lately.
I promise, this is actually kind of cute, guys. I swear to God.
Actually, Akuma, I let those spiders free because they benefited me.
Hold on, let me get back on there. I'm going to show you guys. If you've never seen it before, you're going to see it right now. That right there, do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
That little ball. That ball is about the size of a dime. That's my dad's garage, and that is his orb weaver spider. And that bitch makes a giant web. Mm-hmm. I mean, when I tell you, she makes a huge web every night.
You can kind of see the remnants there, right there in the picture.
That's not her web.
That's not hers?
That's not her web. No. When I say giant, I mean it stretches 8 feet. She makes a web between my dad's garage and his porch that literally is longer than me.
Wow.
And that's how we know. I knew it had to be her. And it's a tiny, it looks like a teeny tiny bat. I told you it's cute. That's a spider.
It's not cute.
It's cute. Wish I could make it
Bats
bigger.
are cute. I don't know what that is. That's not cute.
It's a little spider. That's how an orb weaver spider sleeps. They sleep like that. How cute is that? And then last night I pull up and Shelob has got a boyfriend.
Great. I hope she eats him.
This is Shelob right here. And here is the dude. These are not tarantulas. So this is the trapdoor web. This is her other egg sac right here. So she has been hiding. And how we know which one is Shelob? Shelob has a whitish gray butt. And this dude, when I don't know if you can see, I might have captured it in the photos. He kept moving this leg. And he was moving it, gently tapping the web. And I've watched enough of she was doing it back. And what he was doing was he was letting her know, I'm here. I don't want to eat you. I just want to eat you out. He was allowing her to know.
I'm your next lunch.
I don't want to be your next lunch. I just want to be your next bang. And about 20 minutes after we got home, we had to leave and go back out. He was already gone. So he had done the deed and deed out. And
great. There's going to be more of them.
The server, it's kind of blurry. So I will absolutely do that, Liko. Give me a little
That's bit. Cruel and unusual punishment.
And
sending those to somebody who hates spiders.
And those were the spiders. Now I want you to think about it. That's above my doorway. Those are the same breed of spider that left the one on my window. So they're about that big.
I'd have to go through your back door.
That is my back door. There's more. There's a spider on every single doorway except for my front.
I wouldn't be able to get into your house.
There's only one door that doesn't have my front door.
Okay, I'd have to go through the front then.
I leave them alone because they pay rent. But now that the season is because they do. You saw.
I've got an asshole over here pushing on my mic.
Oh, I saying the thing is let me go back and show you guys because I really want you to look at Shelob's web and take a really good look. Oh, you've got your black asshole too.
Yep.
See, it's not just Axel, guys. It's all black cat.
It's a black cat thing.
I just want to interrupt your entire life. So I really want you to look at Shelob's web right here.
Ew.
Notice all those little black spots all over the place? Those are varying bugs he has eaten and not had go in my house. There is another web on the other side. There's a web on every single window. And so I allow them to live because they give me free bug prevention. But the problem is that now, the one thing she doesn't do is the house flies. I don't know about anyone else. I think I keep saying it, but it's just so annoying. The house flies have been bad this year. And I even allowed house spiders to live in the house to kill them. And they pay some rent. But it's now getting close to the time where they are all going to have to get evicted because their rent is not sizing up to what is due. What they are giving is not equating. And especially because of whatchamacallit, the nameless mother dropping her kids off on the window. Which, now I don't have the ability to walk up and down and get all that done. Starman had to go out and scrape off the eggs. And he said, mind you, this is a couple of days after they'd have been laid. I was like, go scrape it off and smush it. I don't want to. They might hatch. They're still embryos. They're still nuclei. At this point, they won't hatch. He's like, well, I'm afraid to do it. I'm like, the longer you wait, the more chances you're going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You're staying here.
Like, you keep waiting, they are going to hatch, and then we got a whole new problem. And so finally, either yesterday or the day before, it was yesterday. I handed him a piece of cardboard. I said, go out there, scrape them down, and smash it. I hardly had any flies. Oh, see that was another thing that was, I don't know why, guys. Well, actually, I have an idea. So even though I've been throwing food out on the side like I always do, the animals are not coming to my yard as much. And I figured out why. I have not been able to go and get the bird seed I normally get. So all my bird feeders are empty. And as a result, all the animals have abandoned my neighborhood. Now, every once in a while, they come and they actually eat the food. Sounds like a kind of ghost or yokai, right? So that is another thing that, like, the bugs have been bad shape. I think it's also because what Annie just said. I think it's because the birds, like the chickens are in my yard, but they're all the way in the front. They never come up to the house anymore, which is how I got rid of a lot of bugs. So I am hoping when we go on vacation, we're taking the dogs with us. I am going to make sure all the bird feeders are filled. So that way the cats have entertainment, first of all. Second of all, I am going to make sure that the birds come up and actually eat.
Yeah.
They might eat my pumpkins. I just realized that. And I spent money on the pumpkins. I wish I could show you
spray
guys.
them with something?
I don't think so. 2 of them are already, like, I will say they're definitely natural pumpkins, like with no pesticides, because 2 of them are rotten. But it's see, I would love to show you guys, because my front of my house doesn't have any identifiers on it. But the thing is, I feel like if I showed it, somebody would still search it. Come on. No. Don't try to go around me like a little bitch. Come here. How about, oh, you good boy. Guard dog today, weren't you? Yes, you were. I gotta say, though, guys, I've had a little problem with Orion lately.
Oh.
He has broken out in zits everywhere.
No.
But from wellness.
Yeah, you said that last week.
Yeah, he's got zits all over his backside. That's what I think caused Greta's whatchamacallit. Choke my fucking face. I think that's what caused Greta's impacted gland.
Right.
Because she's got zits, so her back end is not bad, but the gland and her chin is all broken out. So we are never using that wet food again, which is a pity because it goes on sale fairly often. And
well, I know why.
Right. And well, it's supposed to be a raw feed. And it's by Wellness, which is pretty decent. But yeah, Orion's, like, I was actually marveling because for the last 2 years, Orion hasn't had acne. He used to get it really bad, but he hasn't for quite some time. And I realized it's because if I give him, I got a dog fur right here. I feel it. There it is. When I give him anything that is canned, with the exception of Tiki Dog and Simply and Fresh Pet, he breaks out. Like really bad acne. And I was constantly giving them wet food, so it didn't occur to me. And so I haven't given it to them. He's been great. But it took me by surprise when they got hit again. Greta's being the most aggressive. Like, Orion has it all over in little bumps.
Yeah.
But I constantly, like, this dog is so good. I had to pop them all. And I had him laying down like a good boy. And he was sitting so still, letting me take care of it. And then when I give him the okay, he jumps up, he soaks my fucking face. Greta, on the other hand, is horrible. She's atrocious. I can't even pop one without her having an absolute meltdown. And the thing is, like, I don't want them getting big, and I try to take care of them when they're small, so that way they heal really quickly, no problems. When they get super big, they get nasty, this whole thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I am avoiding, and I would say it's the same thing to you guys. Avoid Wellness as a whole, which I never thought I'd say, but yeah, as a whole, just don't go to Wellness. Because it just caused so many issues with the doggos. What?
Well, and sometimes it's just your individual dogs and what they've been dealing with.
It's probably because they give them too many. Oh, and that was the thing. Someone else came back again about that whole raw feed thing. And they're like, well, most vets would disagree with you. Yes, and most vets were trained by Purina. Exactly. Come on.
I don't know that my vet's ever really said anything any way about the way I feed my dogs, other than my dogs seem really healthy.
My vet said they don't like raw feed, but then whenever they see my dogs, they're like, "Oh my god, your dogs are so beautiful and healthy." I'm like, I know, it's because I feed them raw food. Like whenever I tell them, like, yep, they eat raw organs and they don't eat this because there are still people that suggest science diet and shit like that, and I'm like, no. Oh, and one of my fellow YouTubers was like, "You kissed your cat's butt in the video," and I'm like, "That's not his butt. It's the back of his tail."
Yeah.
But she was laughing about it. I don't know why, but right here, because they push up like there, it's one of my favorite places on a cat.
Yep.
I don't know why. Can any of my fellow cat lovers agree? Like, here is one of your favorite places on a cat.
It's one of the best places on a cat.
By nature, they eat, and it's good for them. Right. Well, that's what I get a kick out of it, guys, because I get a lot of people trying to tell me that dogs have evolved past raw meat. And I'm like, you do realize dog food only existed maybe 110 years ago. You think they evolved that much? Yeah, there is a nerve cluster here, which, by the way, a really good indicator of flea damage right there. See how he's not doing it? If you get a cat that's going, when you do this, it's a sign that they have damage from fleas.
My cats have never had fleas, thank God. I don't get fleas out here.
Oh my God, they've been bad this year, especially with the AC going off. Because I get so easy. Like even when I put on their flea meds, the fleas explode in this house because of where we are.
Yeah,
we're out in the woods. We're at a low, we're at a low area
elevation.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't think of that word. Just all over. It sucks.
And then there's a lot of humidity, and the humidity is great for bugs. It's one of the reasons I prefer living here. No humidity. Very few bugs. So, we don't even have to worry about heartworm medication for the dogs because we don't really get those types of mosquitoes.
I would love to get back into it. I haven't been able to buy it this year due to, as you guys know, everything going on. But I hope to get it very, very soon because we have to. But getting into the animal portion of, well, we're already kind of there, but still.
We've been talking about animals all night. What are you talking about?
That's true. When we go back to the spiders?
No. Those aren't animals. Those are Satan's spawn.
So, does anyone know who Lolita is?
From the book?
Lolita the whale.
Oh, yes. We've talked about Lolita the whale.
So, another, I believe it's in Denmark. It's a European country. There is a male orca. You guys are not ready for this. Because Lolita's friend, the dolphin that was friends with Lolita, he got moved to America. To another part in America, where he is actually with a member of his pod from the wild and two of his offspring. So, in a much larger tank. So, he's not alone. But I know I can find this video easy because some douchebag. Let me see. Where is it? I was watching the video earlier and it was heartbreaking. Now I can't find it, of course. There's this woman who got mad that we were all worried about it. She was mad we were worried about the whale.
Why?
And it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. And now I'm trying to find it, and of course now I can't find it. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta send the link to myself. But she was mad because we were all watching this video. Because when I tell you guys, this is a full-grown male orca. He is in a pool that would feel small to me.
Oh, God.
It's not even a fat joke. That is just literally, it would feel small if I was swimming in it.
How do you even get a full orca in something that small?
He doesn't even move in it.
Oh, God.
He wasn't even. That's why I'm trying to find so I can show you guys. Because it was bad. He was just sitting there. So sad. And I'm trying to find it so I can show you guys. Because it was. Orca. No. Let me see. Was it on these people? Because I found a couple of different. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So Orca Legacy. I now know where to look.
Yay.
Orca Legacy. I will share this page. So to begin with, this is Lolita's tank. When she and the dolphin were alive, this is him, okay? This is where he lived. This is Miami Sea Aquarium. I want you to imagine this is the life this dolphin had. Now, this tank housed him and a full-grown orca in it.
Wow.
Okay? For years, they begged and pleaded to have a cover over this tank. Years. And Miami Sea Aquarium would not do it. And if you listen, there's the one where he called about him too. When she died and they removed the dolphin, now they put a cover on it.
Oh, wasn't that nice of them?
This is now they've done it. Look at how small that tank is.
That's barely any room.
So this was the video I was talking about.
Holy shit.
It's not even deep enough for him to dive down. He sits there.
Oh my God, he can't even move.
That is pretty much maybe 6 feet deep. Maybe. And this is what he does. Now look at these dolphins able to at least swim in a circle. He can't even do that. And so where's the woman that I commented on? She might have deleted her comment because I don't see it. I think they deleted her comment. Which is funny to me. She pretty much said, we care about starving children, we don't care about a damn whale. I said, and yet here you are whining like a bitch on Instagram about it.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I have the compassion and ability to care for both.
That's what I said. It's exactly what I said. If you guys want to do me a favor and look up this video, I can't see it. So I have a feeling.
What's this on? Instagram?
Orca Legacy. And it is, if you go into their posts, it is the 4th post. Because I realized I can't see it. And I did call her a little bitch, so that might be why I can't see it.
You mean maybe she blocked you?
Yeah.
Oh shit, can I even get in here?
Let me see, I'm going to go look in the comments.
I might have to get my other phone. Yeah, I can't get it Instagram.
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, I really got to do I don't know if it's called doing myself a favor, really, but at some point I've really got to get into Instagram and in Facebook again, if only to...
Okay, so this particular one, it's in Argentina. Or is this the one where it's at? It's in one of these... No, it is the other one. Look. This is a full-grown male orca.
Oh my God.
I believe it's a 7-foot dolphin. Can you imagine living that life, guys? Like this is your life. That's it.
Oh my God. He has just enough water to cover himself.
That's it. This is in Argentina, this way.
It's like me in a bathtub.
Mm-hmm. And so this particular one, they make memorial things. So this is Cushmink is the whale that we just saw. I think Lokotay was Lolita. That was her real name, I believe.
Uh-huh.
But yeah. It's this is the tank that he can go into sometimes. He's just sitting there waiting. Although this is Toki. Toki's tank was tiny. Cushmanx is even smaller. He's being held against his will at Mundo Marina in Argentina. It's tragic. Yeah, I think they deleted her comment because I'm on another account that you guys don't know about, and I don't.
It's your secret account.
I have several accounts.
I have one account, and I don't use it.
I have quite a few, and I have access to accounts that I really shouldn't have access to anymore, but I still have. And I still don't see it. Yeah, but I said what I said, so fuck her. She was a bitch anyways. It was just like, we can care about these whales and about starving children. I know that's crazy,
right,
to hear, but it is completely possible. But yeah, so if you guys want to learn, there's a lot more about animal issues than people realize.
Oh yeah.
And this, one of the reasons I thought of this was because there's something else that I have found out about that kind of sucks.
Oh no.
Would it be better to free the orca? So the problem is, Liko, is that you can't just free them even if they're wild caught.
Yeah.
So the problem is that they have been in a closed-in environment, some of these animals, for 20 years. Which means their immune systems are not what they used to be. They are not used to the outside elements and things like that. And so
you food.
Like Keiko, if you guys don't know who Keiko is Free Willy. He died of pneumonia because he didn't hunt. He didn't really understand how to hunt. He had been taken when he was a calf. And what happened is, he didn't know how to survive on his own. So he would constantly chase boats. And eventually it got to him. He just kept getting sick. They released him once. They had to take him back in. And when they tried to release him the second time, that's when he got sick. And he just died. And so these are the tragic issues that you have. You can't just release them into, like, fully into the wild. A sea pen would be a far better option. And in my personal opinion, I would not have any issue with an aquarium that had a large natural sea pen.
Right.
And we're talking like large, like the size of a football field, maybe larger.
Preferably larger.
Preferably larger, at least. So imagine Gillette Stadium, that deep and that large. Enough for this whale to go fast, go around, probably even double that, like Hara was saying. And the reason why is because that gives the whale a lot more of a natural environment. A lot of these sea pens allow for small fish and otters and seals to get in, so they can hunt. They can live a natural life. They can drag themselves against the bottom and scratch what they need to scratch. Like, when I tell you some of the things that happen to these whales in captivity, there was a whale from, I want to say also Miami Seaquarium, and
hey, Happy Dino.
He endgamed himself. He slammed his head against the tank so many times that he caused an aneurysm.
Yeah.
And they're trying to claim that they're not smart enough to do something like that. I'm pretty sure they are.
They're one of the few creatures that have the ability to recognize themselves in a mirror.
Yes. And so it's a lot of things where, and this is why I always say, when people get mad at me and they're like, oh, you need to stop putting animals above humans. I'm like, every time there's an animal problem, it's a human causation.
Well, not every time, but a lot of times.
In my opinion, because the thing is, right now, this is what I was going to get to. Off the coast of Spain, they have caught yachts shooting shotguns at orcas. Now, if you don't know why, guys, though, you should. We've talked about it. There were orcas that were attacking boats in Spain.
Well, gee, we were attacking them first, so.
there's a really good chance now that we're seeing why. Now, it is completely plausible that these people were doing it as a way to prevent, because the orcas were right up on their yacht. This was an expensive yacht. So I do understand, because attacked by orca is not covered by insurance. So I get that. And considering that these orcas are downing boats in the coast of Spain, sure. On a logical sense, I get why you might try to intimidate. They've caught them throwing fireworks. They've caught them throwing dynamite. They've caught them shooting. On the one hand, I get it. You're trying to protect your investment.
And yourself, because let's face it, just because they sink the boat doesn't mean you're going to get rescued.
Exactly. And on top of that, though there is no recorded death by orca, there's never the possibility is never zero. You guys remember that video I showed of the parents watching the kids as they screamed as two orcas went around them?
Yeah.
The possibility is never zero.
The key word in that sentence really is recorded. There's been a lot of people at sea and a lot of people we never heard from again.
Exactly. I know the people from the zoos are treating animals pretty badly and that's the problem. You get a lot of people, and this is something where I do say a really good way to judge someone's character is watch them when they have power over anything.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking even an ant or a spider or a fly.
No, don't watch me when I have power over an ant or a spider. Don't, not then.
But you're not going to torture it. You'll just kill it.
Oh, no, just that.
That's what I'm saying. Watch how they treat it. We're not talking like, oh my God, I'm terrified of the spider. It might bite me. I'm going to kill it. We're talking, are you going to take it, pin it down, peel each leg off? Then, yeah.
I don't have that kind of time.
It's that. It is that I tell people.
Yeah.
When you think that it's acceptable, will you still do it?
Yeah.
And that's something where I judge a lot of people. I call it the shopping carriage analogy, and a lot of people get very mad at me for it. But think about it this way. How often are you just leaving your shopping carriage in a parking lot?
Never.
Out putting it away. Are you taking the time to walk it back into the building if there's no corrals? Are you taking the time to put it into a corral? Or do you just drop it wherever it is and not care? And the thing is, a lot of people say, well, that's what their job is. Well, I'm not paid to do that. Oh, well, that's not the point. You don't like that if you want to get into a parking spot, there's a carriage sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
If you were a worker, you would hope someone would try to make your life a little easier. You put all these corrals out there for people to put it in. But I have personally witnessed many people, including friends of mine, that'll go, fuck that. I ain't got time for it. Oh, that's too stupid. That's dumb. I'm not doing it. The worst being when I was at Linens and Things. Have I told this story?
Mm-mm.
So I was head of customer service at Linens and Things, circa 2008. And this woman, who was probably in her 30s, and her mother, both of them were very loaded. You could tell by the diamonds on their fingers and their coach and all that on them. Okay. The way it was is that, okay, let me put it up here.
Hey, Metastep.
Here's the doorway into Linens and Things, and the front area is all over here.
Mm.
If you came around, here was customer service, and it was an L-shaped little desk. Okay?
Right.
You could come right around, check out, and go back through the vestibule and out. And right over here is all the carriages. We had no corrals because the parking lot wasn't good enough for it. So you just put your carriage in here, and the idea was you grabbed a carriage when you came in, and then when you left, you put your carriage in, and you went out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, I am catching them out. They spent a decent amount of money. The woman had to be in her late 60s, early 70s. As they cash out, she literally just leaves the carriage right there. People behind her, by the way. She leaves the carriage right there and grabs her stuff. And the daughter goes, Mom, what about the carriage? She goes, leave it. That's what she's paid to do. And I was floored. I was floored. And back then, because Starson now especially would have said something. Back then, I really loved my job and I was head of customer service. So I did not want to say something wrong. And I think I was just so shocked by the audacity of that woman.
Yeah.
That I was just like, and the daughter was like, and left. So then I had to tell the guests, I was like, well, apparently the Queen of Sheba needs me to move her carriage. So I had to go and I put the carriage back in the vestibule, which, mind you, she could have done.
On her way out. Yep.
No. So, yeah. Wow, shit like that is with a, I know. And mind you guys, this is going on. I think I was 21. This is going on 20 years ago, and it is still fresh in my mind. And it disgusted me then, and it disgusts me now. I once saw someone not put her card away while I was putting mine away. After we made eye contact, she very theatrically started putting on a knee brace. She didn't need walking around the store. I love it.
Oh, God, that's horrible.
It was... It a lot. You can always tell someone very much puts their worth in their bank account when they do things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of New England rich people tend to do that because they don't know how to have worth outside of their bank account. And I'm just like, it could never be me.
No.
It could never be me. I am that person that I will always bust my own table when I'm at a restaurant. I'm kind to my waitstaff. Because one, you have no idea what kind of day those people are having. The other day, I was in a lot of pain. A lot of pain. I want to know what 2023 would have said. Oh. It depends. It really does. It depends on just how pissed I am that day. I was along the lines of, I'm sorry, ma'am, but I am not paid to service you like that. You can go ahead. It's right there. It's not that much extra effort. I'm very good at being catty while being professional. The other day, someone came in and got mad at us for having celery in our food. He came in and he goes, what doesn't have celery? And I was like, and I started listing off the food that didn't have celery. He's like, well, what about this? I'm like, well, that does have celery. He went, ugh. And he threw down the menu and he started stomping out. And he started bitching about why celery was so terrible. I'm like, have a great day, sir. Bye. And he started going, I'm like, bye, sir. Have a great day. Bye. So, like, depending on my emotions, I will be catty. Like, there's a story I really want to tell. But the problem is, it will show exactly what kind of food my restaurant serves. And I do not want to tell. I'll tell you afterwards. I'm pretty sure the story. But I would probably just be catty to her, but professional catty. Like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm customer service, but I can't do that for you. But you can go right there. The vestibule's right there. It'll cost you no extra effort. Go ahead. Like, it'd be something along those lines. It's been so long that.
It's one of those things that whatever you say in the moment.
You got to say it in the moment with that kind of situation. I love celery with peanut butter. I don't understand that. Some people love that. I
prefer it with cream cheese.
No, the ants on a log, I think, is what Derp is talking about.
Right. I'm just saying I prefer my celery with cream cheese.
I prefer celery with celery. I love celery as is. I'm very simple. But whatchamacallit? What was I saying before they asked me that shit? There was a story I was going to tell. I can't remember.
Well, we were talking about the orcas.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it was a related to the along the same vein. I can't remember now.
Right. Well, we went from the orcas to you talking about how people treat animals as like the shopping cart thing, and then we went into the shopping cart story. So I don't know where you were thinking about going.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. It was not the whale. No, don't go back to the orca, Esteban. I was after the orca.
This is post orca.
So everything stacks in my head. So everything has to have a little like, I have to follow that pattern. I have to go down the yellow brick road again so I can get to Oz.
Yeah, I can only get you as far as why you told the linen and things story.
That's true. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Haha.
Yes.
Okay. So I've been a waitress the last week and a half because my coworker was sick.
Oh.
Which, my God, was so painful. And we had, like, of course, super busy nights. I would have taken home almost $400 if I was not hourly.
Mm.
That kind of stuff. But I'm hourly, so I have a guaranteed paycheck, so I can't double dip. I can't take the tips as well. So they go into the house. It makes sense.
I'll take your word for that. Doesn't make sense to me.
So when you work hourly and then you also get the tips, you're taking whatever excess money the house would have earned. You have to choose. You either don't get the guaranteed paycheck or you get tips.
That must be a North Carolina thing.
It's more of a small business thing. Like, because I get a decent amount per hour, so there's no reason for me to take the tips as well.
I mean,
it's when I have more brain power, I can explain it better. But pretty much that's what it is. I have to choose between tips or hourly. And since I get a guaranteed paycheck, I make sure I get the hourly. Because there could be a weekend where I get no tips or
right.
no tips. And then it's going to really suck because I didn't get any hourly. And that's the biggest problem. But anyways, so a woman came in and she was there at the beginning of shift, which is 4:30. And she was there all the way up until closing. And I was like, couldn't figure out why. She ordered her food. And what it come down to was she was in trouble with Amtrak. She was right near a whatchamacallit. She was right near, we are right near a train station. She had to get home. And Amtrak had fucked her over. Okay. And so when she came in, she was like, customer service has sucked for me today. And she's like close to tears. Like she's trying to get home. She's trying to get everything done. Well, I accidentally overcharged her.
Oof.
On, like, I was trying to rush through. Her food had taken a long time because Honest Tom is a wonderful kid. I love him to death. When he is off his game, he's slow. If something throw him off, we are getting easy 40-minute tickets. So that's not good. So I'm already having to go around and apologize for us being slow, blah, 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 blah. My boss finally comes in. She's helping him out. Okay. But we're still a little slow. And so I'm trying to help her out. I'm all alone by myself running around. And I told her, I said, I'm going to help you best I can. I'm going to make sure you have a good day today. And then I fuck up too. The thing I'm most prideful in my customer service. So what did I do? I paid for a meal. I voided the whole check. And I told my boss, I said, I want a compre meal. I will pay for it. And I ran over. I'm mad because I cannot find, I think I destroyed the note by accident.
You missed everything, Sleazy.
And a lot of things, Sleazy. I ran over. I said, just go. She said, what? I said, I voided the ticket. Just go. Because I swiped her card with the overcharge. I voided the whole thing. I ran over. I said, go see your baby. Here's this, here's that. Because I had already run late bringing her a couple different things because I limp a lot. I had the whole thing go on this week, guys. My sneakers got holes in them, so I had to blow $60 on new sneakers that I did not have. Just been a whole week for me.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, I said, I wanted to show you that somebody cares about you and that someone's going to take care of you this week.
Aww.
So you go home, go to your baby. And she left me a little note, and I wanted to show you guys. She said, because of your kindness, no good deed goes
unrewarded.
Goes for granted. I will pay it forward. Thank you.
Aw.
And the thing is, it technically wasn't a difficult thing for me to do, Esteban. I have management authority on the register. I could have fixed it. But she only had a few minutes to get to the train station, which was thankfully not very far from where we're located. It's right in the center of town, but that's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
The point is she had to get going.
Yeah.
And so I just voided it. Yeah, because I think we use Clover. Clover's really good at like immediately voiding tickets and stuff like that. And cornbread bunk cake and nacho cheese sauce. You need to stop that, Black Cats. I don't know where you're coming from, but you need to stop that. Don't even no, horror.
Too late. We're way past. I've already thought about how you get it in the bunt pan and what kind of cheese you use to make the nacho cheese sauce. We're way past.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
And honestly, it'd be great if you chopped up some jalapenos and put them in there. Yeah, no, this could work.
No. No.
Why not?
No. You can take your sinful bunt cake. You can take your sin bunt. And you can chuck it out the fucking window. Okay? And as the cheese sauce flies over the edge in a delicate arc. It's not sweet and savory. That is sinful and devilish.
There's nothing sweet and savory. You don't want a sweet. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the type of cornbread you make. But
just talk about sweet corn, and that is demonic.
It is delicious.
I will end the stream now. I mean it. I will turn the stream around.
Yes, there's a wild sheep in the background.
Sheep never says hi anymore. He don't love us like he used to. He's too busy.
Star's upset that you don't say hi to her anymore.
So he goes anime girl. That's all right. I'll accept it.
He used to tell me back before we met in person that he was an anime black man.
He is an anime black man, literally. What did I do to deserve the end stream? By authorizing whatever Black Cats is agreeing to. Anyone who says it's good gets timed out.
Why not chili and nacho cheese? I mean, why pick one?
Why not add vanilla extract and sugar as well? Just go wild.
That wouldn't work at all.
It's just as nuts. It's just as nuts. I am disgusting.
Okay, now this doesn't work. Grilled peanut butter and pickle sandwich. No, that's a no.
No, because people actually sell that in restaurants. Do you know there are peanut butter and jelly burgers?
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware that just because it exists doesn't mean people should eat it.
You all need Jesus. You all need to repent your sins. Turn it around now. Ask the Lord for forgiveness. We are going into the holiday season. You still have a chance.
No.
I'm out here amongst sinners. I am sorry, Lord, that these people are taking your creations and bastardizing them for the internet.
Oh no, it's just getting worse in here.
What about waffles, chili dip, salami?
No. Just no.
Liko, we've been friends for a while now. I don't want to end it here. Don't make me. Salami?
I mean, chili jam is delicious, but it doesn't go with waffles or salami.
My personal favorite pairing is crab meat with lemon. So anyways, I'm drawing for Inktober. And I'm not even going to dignify. I'm not even going to don't look directly at it. Don't think about it. No.
It sounds horrible.
The problem is that you are thinking about it, and you're thinking about it in your mouth, and you shouldn't. That's going to take it out of context. You should not be. You shall not have the meringue. Thou shalt. It's good. It's a lie, Black Cat.
No, that's you see, the delicious thing about crab is that it's its own sweet and salty kind of thing all on its own. And then you add the butter and it's even better. You can even add a little lemon. You don't need as much sugar as is in a lemon curd.
Lemon and eggs can go well with whatchamacallit, with crab.
Yeah.
And a crab cake. What you're not going to do is put lemon curd and pie crust and powdered sugar in there. We're not doing that.
Oh.
Black cats.
No,
Phrasing. Right, Derp? I can't. Jade! You see, here's the problem. Jade already did that because in my... you saw my water talk video.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I already know she got that one. I know exactly who she's going to give them to, too. I know who she's going to provide those to. I know exactly who.
No, I need people to watch my streams and provide me clips.
Just start being an asshole like me. Trust me, they'll do it for you. They'll even edit it for you too. You might not like the result.
I'll still post it.
In high school, I'd go before school and would put a slice of lasagna between two toaster. But see, a waffle in and of itself can be a boat for savory or sweet.
Yeah, depends on the waffle batter you use.
Typically, buttermilk waffles, you're getting a pretty much savory idea. So while that is still a bastardization, it is not the worst. It is not lemon meringue and crab.
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by it, like an actual piece of lasagna, like the full.
Well, you've got to realize not everyone's lasagna is going to be like, because like mine is, when I make lasagna, it's usually with like homemade tomato sauce and ricotta and miso, lemon pepper, chocolate. Okay, Black Cat, you had me with the miso last stream. No! Lemon, black pepper. What? Are you going to add tuna next? Put it on the cracker?
I mean, at that point, you might as well. I'm not saying it'd be good. I'm just saying you might as well.
I don't got a context flawed. I guess I could do a context horror. Why? No! I swear she is doing this. So this is, I need you guys to all understand that my inbox on Instagram is filled with black cats. You know what she sends me? She sends me anything and everything that she can get this reaction out of me from. She will send me shit from the new Monster High, knowing it pisses me off because she wants to see me freak out and flip out. And she will do the same. At this point, is Colgate spaghetti, right? Right.
At least that leaves your mouth minty fresh.
You be fresh. Black cat is a black cat for food? My God, it's ridiculous. She will send me shit and she'll be like, what? You know what? You know what?
This is starting to sound an awful lot like karma.
Huh?
So this is starting to sound an awful lot like karma.
I feel so hurt. What? What did I... Oh, yeah. I'm just updating you. She'll send me videos of these shit that they ban in certain schools, or these kids reciting these like gender ideology shit, and I'm just like, so I have to mentally prepare myself before I open the inbox sometimes because I got no idea what I'm gonna see. Not a single fucking clue. I could be seeing something very normal, or I could be seeing something along the lines of cornbread, nacho, chili cheese dip.
I'm still thinking that would work.
You need to shut your whore mouth.
Maybe that's what I'll make this week.
But now I will say this. Take out the lemon and the black pepper. I do feel that miso would go very good in chocolate chip cookies. Nothing is better than a slightly salty chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah, you're right there.
I do want to try that, and I still need to try to make that blondie with the
chickpeas.
Hi, after 40. Silvar did not believe that you were actually over 40. Have you sent her that one video of the trans girl jumping on it? I saw it already. Had my meltdown already over that dude.
That was bullshit.
Up on girls. I was so pissed about it. I tagged the school.
Wow.
Hey, they're the idiots that have themselves on Twitter.
Yeah.
And my thing is, that boy has not beat up one girl. He's not beat up 2 girls. He's beat up 3 girls. And the thing is, every single time it's been on video before he even starts the fight. So what does that mean?
He's fighting to get attention.
He's getting some of his little friends to record it while he beats on girls. And then he degrades them. And people say, well, they're misgendering him. I can't imagine why. He acts so feminine. It's just like Blair White. Blair White just did a Jubilee thing, right? And I've seen this asshole before, Blossom, this trans woman named Blossom. Apparently, Blossom threatened physical harm on Blair White.
That sounds like a thing a woman does.
Huh?
That sounds like a thing a woman does.
And we're saying he did it unprovoked. Unprovoked. Said it like automatically. He's such a delicate, feminine man. So I get the biggest kick out of this shit. There are certain things that are innate in your nature that comes out. Now, I will admit, I am amongst the more masculine of the female gender. But even then, I've never had anybody pull up. I've never wanted to go and pull up on anybody. It's not my first inclination.
I won't lie. There are indeed people I have wanted to go and pull up on.
Well, okay. So I take that back. There's one person. One. But he's the reason that my best friend 25 years is dead. So, but like to just, we're talking like just for stupid petty shit. We're talking for like, oh my God, she texted my friend. Stupid petty shit like that.
Yeah, no, nothing over that.
Oh my God, they don't agree with me. They don't like my ideology. Oh my God, pull up. I fucking can't. Aren't all real gals being each other? It's very rare that girls get in fist fights. Typically,
it happens, but not normal.
Though I will say, I have a move in mind if anything ever happens. Because most women have more hair than me. Grab straight to the knee. I got a big ass leg.
I've seen them do that. I've seen. Actually, so in my younger years, when I would take my friends out drinking, because for some reason I was the designated driver. One of my friends, well, not one of my friends, technically one of my friend's friends, was out and decided to get into a fight. So she basically did that move. She had the girl's hair in her hand and did that. And of course, then there's the whole not letting go. Finally get them broke up, get in my car, and I end up with a chunk of fucking hair and scalp on my dashboard.
Stop the scalp too?
I was pissed.
Ugh, that's called evidence. We don't want that on our dashboards.
Poster tunnels.
Well, here's my thing, Pluribus. I've never had someone actually... So, I only had it happen once. No, Axel, you're not coming up right now. I've only ever had someone threaten me once. And the person that this tattoo on the back of my neck is there for was defending me. Not that I needed it, because she was under 18. I was over 18. This girl didn't like me. I forget why. And the one time I came close to a fist fight was in high school. We were all in, I'm trying to remember what class it was. We were all sewing, but I can't remember what the name of it was. But it was a sewing class. It wasn't home ec. It was... I want to say it was childcare and development. We were also sewing during it. And these girls just got real pissy at me. And this was like an out of nowhere beef. And I was like, I don't give a shit. And we were storming down the hallways. We were screaming at each other. The police and the school got involved. Like, that was the closest it ever came. These girls knew where I lived and never even took the chance. And I think it's because even then, and you guys have seen, I was not big. I was not a big person. I think I look mean enough and I was intimidating enough, shockingly, that no one ever wanted to risk getting in a fight with me. Because anyone anyone that wanted to, because like there was one time a guy that was friends with one of my friends was talking shit about me in the lunchroom. And instead of me leaving it alone, I stomped right out into the lunchroom and I started screaming at him in the middle of the lunchroom. I was like, you got a fucking problem, here I am.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you're fucking annoying. I'm like, okay, so tell it to my face. Why are you sitting there talking shit about me to everyone at the table? Oh, because I can't fucking stand you. I was like, oh, well, you can't stand me. Well, here I am. I'm like, it's not my problem. You're too dumb to raise your hand in class and you don't like that I do. That's what the thing was. He didn't like that I raised my hand in class. I'm like, so you're too stupid to answer the question. You're mad that I'm actually willing to. You want the class to sit there stupid and silent. You don't want to learn nothing. Well, too bad I do. So what's up? Here I am. What you want to do about it? And I guess that instance was enough where no one ever wanted to say anything to me.
Mm.
No.
I've never had anybody try to physically threaten me in that regard. Just never.
No, that's
outside of family. Outside of family.
That is the closest. I have never had anything else come close to it. Except for people on TikTok. The only other time I've been threatened with any actual violence was people on TikTok.
Yeah.
That was it. So I don't know if it maybe is that they don't feel I'm worth the fight. I don't know if they're afraid I'll sit on them. I don't know what. I can't stay long, but take my like. I accept your like.
Thanks, Internet Crusader. It's good to see you.
But what video? I ate waffles and pancakes with peanut butter and maple syrup, by the way. I don't like maple syrup. All right, so I like maple syrup. I don't like it on my pancakes and waffles.
Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. But it has to be good maple syrup because, you know, there's good maple syrup and there's not good maple syrup.
And then there's after 40.
Carried a brick in my bag for defense. But Chicago has never been safe. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no. No, not with the Illinois Nazis around. But I can't help it. I quote that movie whenever I can. I don't know. That's my story. My maple's gotta be pure. Yeah, that's something where
it's a pure maple syrup.
My own stream. I'm exhausted and half drunk. What were you doing, Internet Crusader?
He actually mixes drinks.
Oh, good lord! I'm surprised you're able to type straight. I'm trying to finish up this particular picture so I can finish it and move on to the next one. You know what? Take two.
That's his other account.
I'm assuming. I was a skinny, non-athletic kid growing up, but that insecure kids would try to start a fight with. Didn't reach 90 pounds until sophomore year. I would usually hear about how they could snap me in half. Yeah, nobody could threaten that with me. That's
Ooh, spooky games. I like spooky games.
I was streaming spooky games. It was gangs that were the problem, or when the Bulls won a championship, right? Like, I would never understand that. Like, New England did not do that, thank God. We've never once trashed all of Boston because we won anything. And I'm grateful for that because, my God, I'd be embarrassed if we did it. I'm so happy my swelling has gone down, guys. You don't understand. I'm looking at my feet actually look normal in these damn boots, although I've got to tighten them a little bit. But, I need that.
Sometimes I feel like it, sometimes I don't.
Sometimes I feel like it. Do we ever see the new sides? New shoes? Oh, no. They're sneakers, honey. They're nothing to, they're nothing to bat an eye at. They're just sneakers. But, whatchamacallit?
Oh, I love Eternal Darkness.
Huh?
He's listing the games he played. You can get Eternal Darkness on a computer?
So, usually you're using a sweetener, or you're using a, honey doesn't get sugar-free. You have to use just honey. But the syrups, you would use a fruit, like stevia or something. But, I mean, honestly, guys, I am at the point. Oh, thank you, Internet Crusader. I am at the point where I try to avoid anything that isn't just honey or regular sugar. I've heard too many things, and again, my coworker, the one I said about in the video, she pulled out this word. I can't even fucking remember it. It was so many syllables, and there was like and I was like, what? She said, yeah, use that word on the video. I was like, I can't. I'm gonna have to have her record it so I can repeat it. But she said that the rats, so she experimented on rats and mice, and all of them developed cancer from the aspartame.
Yeah.
All of them.
Okay. I actually have a copy of Eternal Darkness. I was just wondering if you could play it on computer. I would have to hook it up to my Wii, I guess.
I go more natural. Yeah, I tried very hard. Cane sugar or honey, right? Avoid fruit juices without pulp, even though I really hate pulp. I have actually started to avoid fruit juices as a whole because you are drinking almost pure sugar, even though they're delicious. I love juice. Always loved orange juice. One of my favorite things to drink.
I've not played Limbo yet, Derp. It's one of those ones that's on my list that I just haven't gotten to.
And I will tell you right now, guys, going back to the shoe thing, this young lady right here has recommended a shoe brand called Hoka to me.
They're good.
If anyone wants to donate to Starson Needs Things Fund, you can donate $190 for me to get a new pair of Hokas, and you can donate $190 for me to get a new chair. Starson's got to figure it out otherwise. Then a fiber cookie. I actually am trying to avoid fiber. I am actually starting to lean. So a lot of folks don't like that I'm going to say this. So a lot of the researcher that says that red meat is carcinogenic, it's not the red meat, it's when you overcook it. And a lot of people that cook red meat cook it too well done, which then does cause carcinogenic because you're charring the meat, which is damaging it and causing that problem. And on top of that, if you're having low quality meat, if you're not caring for the meat properly, Star needs chunkless, right? I need a whole new fucking wardrobe, but that's going to cost several $1,000s over the course of several years. Especially because right now my new pants are already getting loose on me, it's an odd thing to experience.
Yeah.
Usually it takes like a year for them to change in shape, but no. I already feel them like I have to yank them up more now, guys. I didn't have to yank them for the first month I had them, and now I'm sitting there constantly going, like it's already happening. So in another 4 months, if I have to keep up what I'm doing, I'm going to buy new pants again. Medium rare. I will even go rare.
Rare to medium rare. I don't go any higher than medium rare.
I prefer using a juicer to get my juice, but then you're still taking out the pulp, which is the part of the fruit that's good for you. But I have actually experienced in the last few years, what I've really noticed is when I have almost no vegetables, I feel great. When I have almost no grains and no vegetables, with the exception of a few things, I do fantastic. I do the best when I have mostly beef, pork, chicken, eggs, and cheese. Like, that's when I do the best. And that's when I feel the best. And then obviously like sushi, like I feel great after. So white rice is one of the few things that really doesn't fuck with me. And seaweed salad or seaweed as a whole with me. Salad. And so I'm noticing that I'm probably going to, extremely high quality steak, which shockingly enough, if you get the right cuts, even Walmart has good quality steak.
Sometimes. I'm lucky. So,
right now, I have a whole fridge full of chicken. I have a lot of chicken. I have like, if I did not go to work for a month, I would have enough chicken to cook every day and eat a meal. Like food-wise, I would be able to eat no problem. Got plenty of meat. But the problem is it's all chicken, and Starman is like, I don't want any more chicken, babe. Because the thing is, I take chicken home every night from the restaurant. Because it's free. It's already cooked. The sucky part is we have no microwave. That's another thing I gotta replace. Like it's on the list of things I gotta do. Yeah. Our microwave exploded the other week. Like it started smoking.
Yeah, you told us.
I can't remember anymore. The weeks have been bleeding together.
Sure.
It has. I don't know about for you, but that's what's been happening to me.
Oh yeah. No! Oh, that sucks, Internet Crusader.
You sent me money for shoes, Pluribus?
Oh, that's nice, Pluribus.
I don't even know how much you sent. Or how. I don't even know how you did it.
either.
I have no idea how he did it. I don't have any alerts, but thank you. You didn't have to do that. I only say it because, like, you know, I always say it to be silly, but thank you. I have no alerts. I don't know how he sent it.
Oh, PayPal.
PayPal. Oh, I don't even have my PayPal on right now. Hold on. I'm gonna have to read. Let me see. Oh, we finally get to officially announce that my brother is expecting.
Yay!
I got to make the announcement.
Congratulations.
So we're very excited. But yes, we'll find out on Thanksgiving what the baby's gender is.
Nice.
Now everyone's leaning towards boy. I know, and I still love the child with the boy. I want to be a girl. I want it to be a girl. I don't know why, but I really want it to be a girl. Because I think it'll be just desserts for my brother too. Non-binary, bite your tongue, black cat. Well, it's pushing me to. I got it because I do have an affiliate. I have to try them, but whatchamacallit. But yeah, it's yes, I'm very excited for it though. I was kind of hoping for twins too, one and done kind of situation because my sister-in-law she is not someone that ham and haws. She likes it simple, streamlined, clean, and so it always like shoots her anxiety through the roof whenever she has to do anything that is well, just enter your mobile number.
Why are you so angry? Why? Go bother Grace. That's what you really want.
Now, why would they do a thing like that?
Because she's in heat and he's horny.
Excuse me. I'm trying to do two things at once and having a hard time. Don't go nuts on gender reveal parties. My sister-in-law would never.
So, do you want to know one of the beautiful, interesting things you can possibly experience if you join a breed club?
Please tell.
I never thought that I would be watching oh my goodness.
Pluribus, thank you. You didn't have to send that much, honey. It's going to be on hold for a while, though. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. I'm going to keep that in there, and I'm going to buy the new shoes with that.
Yay! Good, because she needs them.
I got the one pair of sneakers, but I have no idea how long they're going to last. And so I need to make sure I have, like, I need to get a rotating amount.
Yeah.
That way I can, like, not hurt. So thank you. I appreciate that, honey. Continue. What you're saying, so.
I never thought that I would be watching the drama that these people get into. So, in this breed club, they are currently having some kind of power struggle. I am talking, and you are not supposed to be doing that.
Welcome to my world. It sucks.
Yeah, do your cats try to lick inside your mouth? Yeah, he was just doing that.
Mostly Orion does it, but sometimes the cats join in too.
You're not helping. I've played Little Nightmares. I've played Little Nightmares 1 and 2. They're great. So there is a whole issue where apparently the president of the breed club has done some shady shit.
Mm-hmm.
And over half of the board members resigned or were first to resign. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. And she is appointing board members, as well as they unincorporated in Nevada and reincorporated in New York. Right. Now, the reason they incorporated in Nevada and the reason many breed clubs and other things like that incorporate in Nevada is because it's less expensive. her excuse for unincorporating and reincorporating was that the AKC is incorporated in New York. And there aren't any breeders in Nevada, and they're not doing any shows in Nevada. So it's a better opportunity for us if we do it in New York. And my thought is, well, you're just incorporated in Nevada, so it doesn't really matter where you do your shows.
For real.
And I was at one point running the website. As I recall, we do in fact have members in Nevada. So her excuses are just full of so much bullshit. Then there's emails going back and forth about her, about the lawyer she hired for the breed club because supposedly they were in violation. Now here's part of my issue. If they unincorporated in Nevada and reincorporated in New York, why does it matter if they're breaking rules in Nevada? Because that's part of the reason supposedly a lot of this happened.
Money laundering going on with this?
I am wondering, honestly.
Because at this point, the only reason they need to do all that is that they were trying to escape.
I mean, I don't know what they're fucking with, but they're seriously. And then to top it off, apparently the lawyer that she hired is the personal lawyer of the person that she appointed as VP.
I'm about to say, maybe you should disavow or...
Thankfully, we renew in December. I'm just not going to renew.
Yeah.
Because
I'm like,
honestly, the only reason I'm in the club to start with was because that was one of the stipulations from my breeder to get my boy. Because at that point in time, they were still trying to get large enough to become an AKC recognized breed. And I helped a little bit with the website. But beyond that, yeah, no, I'm out. I'm done. I am not interested in this drama. I am not interested in the power struggle. And obviously, these people are not taking the breed, the health of the animals, to be considered more important than these stupid ass power struggles. If they were talking about, if they were having a fight about who was, about what the best characteristics to recommend in the breed standard was, that's something I can understand. That's a conversation I think a breed club should be having and arguing about and being passionate about. Who the fuck is running everything? I don't give a shit as long as they do it honestly and leave me the fuck alone.
But horror,
I will give you $50-something a year and move on with my little life and let you do whatever, just so long as you are taking care of the breed that I love. But they're not doing that. They're not. And
that's
so
too honest. You can't be honest to God and like good person and wanting to take care of the breed. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you even do that?
Yeah, I mean, and it's just kind of gone steadily more and more downhill since they got accepted into the AKC. Which, I mean, to be entirely honest, I kind of expected. Because, at this point, they're considered a rare breed. They are not a widely popular breed. They are still reasonably healthy because they haven't been overbred, which is a big thing.
Good night, Internet Crusader.
Good night, man. Sweet dreams. Thanks for stopping in. So the whole thing is, oh my God.
What?
Just the whole thing. It's ridiculous. The back and forth emails I've been reading. They're talking about, and I don't know how this works, and it sounds fucking cheesy to me, but they're bringing one of the chicks who's bringing up a lot of the issues with what they're doing. Hey, Joker, how you doing? Up on charges to the AKC board, and I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That sounds fishy. But, so does hiring a lawyer and not telling the breed, the club itself, hey, we're having XYZ problem. We're going to have to get a lawyer. So does all of a sudden we have all these problems and over half of the board has resigned. I mean, that's all just. So you're telling me that the half of the board that stayed are the good people and the half that left are the bad people? I need proof on this. Thank you.
For real. Like, this just sounds so messy. This sounds so messy. And like, the moment shit gets messy is when I want to step out.
Oh, that's basically where I am. It's like, other than reading the emails, I've debated responding and saying basically, y'all are acting like children. I'm here only for the breed and for the health of the breed. If y'all ain't going to be doing that, I'm out.
Involved.
Bye-bye.
I say that is it, because I was literally getting lost trying to figure out why they're incorporating in certain places. Like, club sounds like an HOA for dogs, right?
I mean, they kind of are when you're talking about a purebred dog, but there's reasons too.
And I get there are reasons, absolutely, but it just seems so messy.
It can be. And yeah, so I mean, someday I'm gonna need a new boy, and
go to the people that left.
That'll be rough. I'm gonna keep in touch with the one chick that I've had the most contact with, who's the one also supposedly being brought up on charges.
Oh my god.
So, and hopefully I can score a puppy off of her eventually.
Wait, they even tell you what the charges are? Or is it just like, bring her up on charges?
I have no idea. She made it sound like she was being racist, sexist, discriminatory, whatever, to the person they appointed as VP. Now, you're not wrong, Shadow Warden. It really does.
What? It sounds like LP when the pragmatists controlled it. Hey, yo, ma, let me get them digits. Hey, fake queen. And just, let me tell you something. This is one of the reasons why, guys, because again, and I mean no disrespect to her, because I know she loves the breed she's got. This is one of the reasons why I just don't believe in purebreds as a whole anymore. Because it's all politics. None of it is actually about the dogs. None of it is about, worrying about the animals. It's how much money can we make off this breed? How can we do this? How can we do that? I'm not saying horror is like this, but I'm saying it's just a lot of it is.
My only problem with that statement is doodles. Because fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter if you're doing a purebred or if you're doing a mutt. There are people out there who are going to spend a retarded amount of money for something that sounds fancy. And that doesn't... Oh my God. I almost got so pissed. No, I didn't almost. I got extremely pissed the other day. I was driving down the road. We were going to go to the gun show over here, and it'd been raining. And there's this guy sitting on the side of the road with this tiny ass, like the size of a kennel that I put my little dogs in, with a sign up that says, Shepherd Mix Puppies. There are 2 fucking puppies in that tiny little fucking crate.
How big were the puppies?
They were big. They were a good 10 pounds. You should not have those 2 puppies in that tiny fucking crate.
But they just want to sell them. Want to give them a good home.
Oh my God. I would much rather keep my dogs than give them to people like that. Oh wait, I've already done
that. Can I have a Staffordshire? Yes, you can.
Go for it. Enjoy that.
You can have one.
Good luck with the skin allergies.
Yes. I.e. Orion breaking out. God.
The one breeder. Yeah, some breeders out there are totally nuts. You're not lying. There are some, but there are nutty people out there and everything. I mean, the diapers are the annoying part right now.
Rescuers are always going to be annoying. That's just a fact, guys. I'm going to be telling you that right now. And this is as a rescue person.
Hey, Patty.
They're always going to be annoying. And it's because they're too passionate. I will honestly say that. There are rescue people who are entirely too passionate. And they will go ham. Ham. about the dogs. And again,
Some people are just nutty.
she looked at every food we gave her. Yeah, if you get one that is really heavily inbred or bred with too many different things, they get so bad. But
yeah,
she done.
No, she looks good.
She's got to get her accent put on her, but that's going to be when it all dries. I need to make sure that the paint's not going to soak into the paper.
Thanks, Patty. I appreciate that. You have some sweet dreams. He's on Rumble. You can't see him.
I was like, I don't see nobody.
Oh, I found a new toy that puts all your chats, all of them, in one thing. I mean, it's like this, but if you have anything that doesn't come up in Restream, it does all of that too.
Nifty.
Yeah, I love it.
Nifty. All right.
Yeah, she's really talented like that, Patty. He said, dude, awesome art.
Thanks, Patty. I appreciate you. I'm doing the Snallygaster next.
Woohoo.
Snallygaster.
You left a meme in the Gilded. Oh, God. I will go look at the Gilded.
I'm just not into Gilded.
I like it better than, oh, God. Really? Really sleazy.
Buying cheap dog. Yeah, cheap dog food is going to kill, like literally and figuratively kill your dog every time. He's bad. He's very, very bad.
That is a terrible meme, Sleazy.
Did Sleazy do bad?
He did. He did something terrible.
Naughty Sleazy. Very naughty. Oh, let me see.
Yeah, I don't know that Starson really does too much on Rumble, but you know, she is on every time I'm on, so.
I have a hard time understanding it.
It's really not that hard.
I did what I was supposed to do. Transfer everything over and nothing's there. So I'm like, you know what, Rumble? Fuck you, I'm not doing it right now. I am not dealing with you right now. You stay where you are. And so that's where I'm at. And I had one hell of a night. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. What's wrong?
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I just have the Gilded because I don't like the fact that Discord's willing to ban you over things you do off platform. I think I don't feel like making videos tomorrow, maybe. Oh, God, I don't need to hear about that.
Do I even want to know?
No, nobody wants. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
She kicked Fayman out the house. But he's back now.
Oh. That is a lot of drama.
It's YouTube safe-ish. Yeah, I won't be watching that, Sleazy.
Pokemon what? The what? You gotta help the Frenchman out. He's not understanding. Well, I'm glad you guys made up, Faye. Well, I'm assuming made up if he's back.
At the very least, at least you're giving him a chance to get his stuff.
True. E380.
E380? That must be a color. Yep.
E380.
Okay. He doesn't like that you called him French. Oh, no, they did not make up.
Well, then make him grovel. You know what you're supposed to do.
Sweet dreams, Patty. Have a good night.
Bye, Patty. I've been there with Starman. We have had our fair share of near relationship ending fights.
We have not yet. I have not seen Castlevania. I don't watch a lot of Netflix, so.
Okay, you French. I ain't scared.
So what's this info we're leaking about her? I need to know about this. It has to clean
Clean
up.
it up. Sounds like an incontinence problem. I'm just saying.
Right.
050.
Sheep and I haven't had that kind of fight yet. We're lucky. I know it's coming someday, but we're only 2 years in.
Yeah, that's babies. 70 only one fight. No.
Good luck.
We've had several. Bumlito.
Deserves pineapple liver.
Listen, pineapple and pizza is delicious. I stand by
it. It is. Though I prefer it with actual bacon as opposed to Canadian bacon.
Canadian bacon has its life. But yeah. I don't know. I find like actual bacon too greasy to go along with pineapple because then you get 2 levels of acid. I cannot find E050. It's annoying me.
Oh, apparently he leaked it in the announcements Discord. I better go check this out.
Guarantee it's like a picture of a whale or something.
Let's see here.
Hold on. My phone's about to die. Like it's on 1% about to die. Even though I haven't seen anything. I was right, wasn't I? It's like a picture of a whale.
No, he says Star Sign is actually 40 squirrels in a trench coat.
40.
40.
42. 42 of them, thank you very much.
I only see one of those things that belongs on a pizza, Black Cat.
Let's see. You have a nudie mags on your wall.
Apparently that's the game. No, not you. It's a game where you start as the bully and you beat up the kids and then you have nudie mags on your wall.
I'm getting annoyed. Oh, I found it. There it is. Why are you pink?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking pizza. I don't like grits.
I hate grits. Poached eggs are delicious. I hate pico de gallo.
I don't like pico de gallo.
He nagged and I got to the point that I screamed at him. So was this a petty fight? Because that sounded like a petty fight to me. See, near relationship enders are things where there's a severe screw up. Grits are disgusting. Disgusting.
I don't hate them as much as she does, but to me they're kind of... I don't like the texture. It's like the same reason I don't like oatmeal.
See, I love oatmeal. I just don't like grits. I don't like the grainy texture.
And you see, I have the same problem with oatmeal.
See, it's the hard bits of corn for me. Because, like, I just can't. I
don't like... So, I like creamy things. Like, I love creamy mashed potatoes. But I don't like that kind of soft with a chunky feel to it. You know? Does that make sense?
I know. He nagged. Okay, so he nagged about what? I missed it. She said she had another message. I don't see it, babe. I love having a shit day and not to nag me today. Guess what he did? Guess what I did in response? So that's still petty, even though I agree. That's still that's all petty, babe. I don't think it's right, you know. But that's exactly a petty fight because you told him not to and he did it, and then you were like, fine, you're gonna push me, I'm gonna push you back. It's yeah.
So how do you feel about polenta?
That's one of the reasons why I don't like grits. The only polenta I will eat is when it's like it's a thick cake and it's grilled. Strong as strawberry. What the fuck are strawberry? I keep hearing this phrase lately. What the hell is strawberry ribs?
I don't know, but I think it could work. Strawberries have a lot of savory applications.
Delicious oatmeal blueberries, absolutely. Still better than the cursed recipe Black Cat was posting as Tuesday. Wait, Bubs, did you not see the recipe she just posted earlier?
It sounded good. Oh wait. Oh no, that doesn't sound good. I thought we were back to the cornbread with the nacho cheese sauce.
See, if it's strawberries can be made to taste savory. It's a good acidic catalyst. In a fruit in a barbecue sauce makes sense because it can be the acid for it in lieu of vinegar or things like that.
And barbecue sauces do tend to be sweeter anyway, so.
But if it's ribs with strawberry sauce on it, just not like obviously an ice cream strawberry sauce, I could see that. Because there's plenty of sodas, fruits do not belong in dinners. If it's done right, because you can use a soda to cook ham and chicken and beef. I've seen it all the time. After school, rain or shine. Shut it, Bublito. Uh-oh, you've got after 40 after you.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what was that response to? Yeah, but the baby, we were talking about a bad day. I'm dealing with a sick baby. I had to take her to grocery shopping. I was over it and did not want to hear him. I'm not saying it wasn't a shit day, but I'm saying like for it to be get out of the house level, as someone who's been married for almost for 11 years, as someone who's it is a petty reason at the end of the day. I'm not saying that the annoyance wasn't there and that it wasn't a shit day. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, it was a petty fight, but it blew up as a result. I do think that's one you guys can get over, but I do think it's also one where you have to very much explain to him, listen, A, B, C, and D went down. You pushed me. Maybe I exploded, but you were pushing me. Like, both people can be wrong, in my opinion, because I have had that. Both Starman and I have been very wrong in fights. Whereas I will, huh?
Well, I was going to say there are days when I can be entirely psychotic.
Yes.
And Sheep has reached the understanding that when I am being psychotic, the best thing he can do is just kind of stand there and nod.
For me, what it is I will tell him, I will give him warning. I'm like, listen, you want to keep this up? Go ahead, push me. I said, push me. Because he knows the level where you can't push me. And he's now, because what he'll do is, so Starman will get petty, he'll get catty, and he'll get passive aggressive. And when he does that, I snap.
Yep.
And so he has now learned, and then we're very self-aware during fights. We try very hard to be self-aware about that. And what I tell him is like, so like he almost hit the baby when he took his headphones. Okay. So yeah, but again, it all stemmed from a petty thing. Again, very much not right. And I understand why it set you off. But again, the point is, it's a matter of you have to be self-aware. So like Starman will sit there and go, see, you're saying this and it does A, B, and C. And I'll be like, okay, you don't like that because you do A, B, and C to me. And now what we do is he'll say, you don't like when I do this, so why are you doing it to me? And I'll be like, all right, fine. You're right. But you can't do A, B, and C. You have to be able to take that, like, so my father put it plainly as pick your battles. My dad has said that, and that's something very valuable to learn in a marriage. Is it worth the fight? And right now, in the heat of the moment, it sucks. And again, I'm not denying your reasoning. Not denying it at all. What I am saying is, like, Starman and I have gotten in big fights over the dogs. That's the most I can equate it. Orion's training has been a big example because Starman will fight me tooth and nail if I correct him when he's doing something wrong with the training. And what happens is he doesn't like that I'm correcting him. He takes it as a personal insult. Rather than a critique to make it a better thing, he doesn't like, he's pretty much, I'm telling him he's being shitty, he's not doing it, like he sees it in a different light. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm not trying to be insulting to you. And so I had to learn, tell him what he does right first. Hey, that was really good. Da, 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 da. And so again, this is what happens. And the thing is, I've been working hard at not yelling at him, and I gave him a warning that I was near my Again, that's what I'm saying. I'm not denying what you're saying. Like, you don't have to validate it faking because I get what you're saying. What I am saying is, at the end of the day, the whole fight was still like, he got petty and you reacted. You are doing a better job of holding back the yelling because, like you just said, the yelling is hard. So I was extra pissed. Right. Again, what it comes down to is the both of you have to decide, is this worth it? And so I would say the next time, don't even get to the yelling point. Take like 2 seconds to breathe, let him say what he wants to say, and then look at him and say, do you really want to fight over this? Is this worth fighting over? Is this worth having a battle over? Because that's what I have said to Starman. Is this worth having a fight over? Is this really worth us ruining our day? Because there has been days where we're going to go out and because horror has been before. Do you talk about?
Say what?
Do you talk about the before sheep situation?
My divorce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have. So, there's nothing I hide. So
yeah. Horror's been married, and I can't imagine the entire marriage was 100% horrible all the time. So had to be at least one good day.
We had our good times. They just definitely did not outweigh the issues we had.
And right, and we have so many tables now. What is it? We have turntables. We have so many tables now. You wouldn't believe how many tables we have. And here's the thing.
Lots of things usually can't do.
What it comes down to is if you feel they're pushing you. There's been times with Starman, I'll be like, for instance, one of my biggest triggers with him is that he will refuse to get out of bed. I mean, refuse. When he has to go do something, he pops out of bed like a daisy. But when I tell him, hey, I got to get to work, he'll get very lackadaisy. I got to stretch. Stretching is 2 hours. And so now he knows it is I will go from 0 to 300. You will have me. I will try to get you up. And then I left the house and walked to the park with the baby, and he got back. He was still here. So I got really petty. Exactly. That's escalating. So I'm not saying that you weren't upset. Both of you hit wrong chords. Mm-hmm. And not trying to use a pun there because you said you hit the chord. I've now gotten to the point where I'll look at him and like he'll go, really, babe, really? And I'll be like, yes, really, because you pushed me. So do you really want this to be how we spend our day? Or sometimes if I'm really mad, he'll say that to me. Is this really how you want to spend our day off? Is this really how you wanted to do this? And so that's something where I know this is the animal stream, but I'm just saying as relationship advice. I've been around this block a couple of times now. I have a lot of friends who are in long-standing relationships. My parents had a very long relationship. And the one thing I learned was you have to decide, is it worth the fight? Is this worth ruining the day? And you have to learn that on your own. You have to learn from the fights that you've had and how bad they were and go from there. That's what I've experienced, at least. I leave out that someone else ate it. The important part was my brain was going, no, we already took one today. Wait, what? No, I already got tricked by my psyche for I was losing weight. I given away candy so I could tell myself I already took one. Self-trickery. Humans are animals too. Right.
That's what I say.
We are.
Especially when she starts saying, well, do they know this is the animal stream? Like, yeah.
We are. It's true. It's true. But we are elevated animals. We are animals who hold dominion over other animals. He eventually packed up and came back like an hour ago and was in a better mood. So I came with the same energy and we talked a little. Exactly. And the thing is, I think what's very important during that time, and I'm using Faye as an example for anyone else. If you are, I don't know if I'm going to talk that loud. I feel like I had to, but I don't think I have to. Am I talking really loud?
No, you seem fine.
Is this a better tone? I'm going to try this.
Okay.
All right. I think that what you have to remember, guys, is when you're in that moment where you want to fix things, grasp that energy, don't let it go. There is a phrase that I learned, and I know it's going to sound silly, but it's 100% true. Never go to bed angry. What that means doesn't mean you can't be still upset somewhat. What it means is that don't sit there and let it fester and stew, because when you wake up in the morning, you might have things you got to get done. So you're not concerned with resolving the problem. Find some form of resolution. Some compromise, some resolution. Not angry makeup, sex hormones get in the way, although that can help. But I would say always find some form of resolution, because there are things in me and Starman's relationship that we haven't resolved. And the thing is, you're always loud. You're Italian, right? the problem is that when we get in a fight, if there's anything that has not been resolved, you'll see it happen to you too. Somehow the fight always circles around to that thing you never resolved.
Yep.
You will find a way to link it. And then it becomes a never-ending circle. It's a deadly cycle of you continually bringing it up. Black Cat said something very good. Decompress your stress. And it does take a lot of self-awareness. You have to be willing to say, yeah, you're right, I was a little too petty then. Yeah, you're right, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, you're right, I pushed him. Yeah, you're right, I could have been the bigger person. I'm trying to work on my anger issues and don't think he realizes that I need him to leave me be. I think that's something that you should have a long conversation about, Fae Queen. I think that's really important to address to him, that you acknowledge. So I'm going to put it this way. You acknowledge that you get too angry, right? You acknowledge that maybe you have a short fuse, you get quick to anger, and sometimes it causes more problems than need be. Okay? But then you also acknowledge he has to know that he's pushing you, that he is purposely putting you in that mental state. And it is a repeated thing, and it's hard for you to get out of it. So you have to say to him, listen, like the moment before, like the moment you see it even start, before you even start feeling that way, you say, listen, this is what I had to do. I will warn him. I'll be like, I don't want to scream. I've said it to him multiple times. I don't want to have to turn into, for lack of a better word, a cunt for you to hear what I'm saying. I shouldn't have to scream, holler, slam the door, anything. I should not have to get to that point for you to hear what I'm saying and stop being petty and pushing me. Which, not pushing like actual, but
right.
Like when Starman and I get in a fight, not to speak too much about a relationship, but his defense mechanism is cattiness, passive aggressiveness, and trying to turn it around on me. So like, instead of saying, you know what, I'm sorry that I said that to you, I'm sorry you took it that way. That's usually what he does. And so typically I now will say, oh, so that's how you want to play this. Things like that. You have to be self-aware enough to say, you know that's getting you angry. And rather than not being forthwith about it and saying, hey, if you say it like that, it's going to get me more mad and it's going to push me to say things I don't want to say or to be at a level of angry I don't want to be at. You have to be able, I apologize and you thanked me and gave me a hug. Exactly. This is the resolution that you should be going towards. I agree. And I will tell you right now, something I have gotten very much in the habit of saying to Starman is, I acknowledge whatever it is. So like, I acknowledge that I said you were blue and you're not blue, and I shouldn't have said that. Can you acknowledge that you said I was pink and I'm not pink, and apologize for that? If you need, and the thing is, I know it sounds like it's just standing on ceremony, but I think we have to acknowledge sometimes standing on ceremony and hearing those words and having someone acknowledge it is enough to help end the fight. In my opinion. How do you, now I know that with Sheet, you haven't had that.
We have fights, but we've never had one that, you know, in it or in the middle of it, we're like, okay, this might be it.
Oh, well, I'm meaning more like just any fight where like you guys are at it, like I don't want to look at you tonight, or I don't want to talk to you. Like maybe not that's going to be it.
But I've got to say, in terms of our fights, I don't know if it's maybe a combination of my age and the fact that he doesn't have his argument style isn't as colored as some other people's might be. I'm
gonna tell you guys right now, if you haven't caught on, I'm confrontational.
So we'll have a fight, and it usually is me yelling and him saying something, and our fights are weird. They really are. I've had enough therapy in my life to recognize my issues. So I will be yelling at him, and I will come to this point where I'm yelling at him, and I will stop and I will look at him and say, I'm sorry. I know I'm crazy, but this is what you did that got me here.
Right.
And then he'll usually apologize for that and said, well, this is what you did that caused me to do that, and I'll apologize for that. And I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but we move through it very easily. I mean, the conflict resolution between us really tends to be quite good. I mean, it's got to be it's been very very easy. I mean, there's one time I said something that hurt him real bad, and he clammed down for a little bit, but I'm terrible because if I know that there's a problem, I'm bulldog. I pick at it until you talk to me.
I hate lack of resolution. Now, I will say this. I am very proud of one thing I can say is about myself. I will never say something just to hurt someone's feelings. If I'm saying it, I mean it. That's something I've always made sure of. I don't believe in saying, you're a stupid, ugly motherfucker, something like that. Like, you stupid ass, like anything like that. No. If I'm saying it, it's because I feel it. And I try to make sure it's a constructive thing to say, because I need to get my point across. That's one thing where I don't like it, because then it sits over your head. You remember it forever when someone does something like that to you. But yeah, I am definitely not someone who avoids the confrontation ever. Like, there was a thing Starman shared today, and what did you see?
A Pablito.
So one time you called me moronic. Very much. I think my problem is that I think I'm so used to being talked over, talked down to, when he doesn't listen. Well, I've noticed it happens with you. Like, you very much, it bothers you. It is. I've noticed even when we stream, it's something where I've noticed the way you talk or the way you'll say something, you preemptively try to prevent people from not hearing what you say. And that's just something that, like, I'm the same way. Like, I will very much, when it comes to talking, I try to, because I'm so used to annoying people, because I would sometimes tell stories without context. I now give too much context. Or I'll be like, okay, do you hear saying? Are you still listening? With streaming, I will say this, I have not had to worry about that as much. For some reason, you guys like listening to me prattle on. So it's great. But she'll go full Australian when she's mad. I have. So, matter of fact, today, Starman reminded me of something. There is, and I shared it, and it was, stop it, Black Cats, I'm used to being ignored. Starman and I, when we were going to Gothix's wedding last year, we were in a gas station. It was either in Pennsylvania or Jersey. Okay? And we stopped. Now, if you've ever pumped your own gas in America, you have a choice. You can either pay at the pump, or if you have cash, you must go into the gas station. Starman parked the car, and he got out of the car. I don't like feeling like I married my mother. I think sometimes what's gonna happen is that because of how bad your mom was to you, you will sometimes impose it. I've seen it with other people I've known. But
I can actually speak from experience. My father was highly abusive. And so there's it took a long time to reach the understanding and the ability to see when somebody else is doing something that reminded me of my father.
Not him.
But I have learned to remind myself, this is not my father. They are not doing it with the same intention that he used to do it. They are not trying to attack me the same way he would. And try to talk myself down from that. It took me a very long time to develop that skill. It doesn't happen. So there are very few things that can really trigger me. If someone asks, like if sheep asks me what I'm doing, that's actually it's a weird one, but it actually makes me tense up inside. And then there's just a couple other little things that still can trigger me without me realizing it. And it's just about understanding that person's not the person that abused you. And yes, in many relationships, it is important to watch for those red flags, but it's also important to not overanalyze them at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that it's something you have to come to terms with. And I will say this from what Faye Queen has told me, her mother is absolutely terrible to her. Absolutely terrible. And she has, rightfully so, she has a lot of PTSD from that.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it's where, just remember, don't redirect other people's sins onto someone who may just only be even lightly. My mother tried to call me and text me. Of course she did. So that, of course, set you off as well. But going back to the gas station story. So Starman gets out of the car, and a woman with a trailer pulls up, gets out of the car while her husband's still in the driver's seat, and starts shouting at my husband. And I didn't hear what he said, but I see her pointing back, and I see her going like this to him, and my husband points at the car and then points inside, and she's still shouting at him. And he just walks off, and she goes like, hey, and she walks away. And I didn't know what was going on. I now know why Starman made sure I didn't know, because she went like 5 spaces down, which the bitch is lucky she did. When my husband came back out, I said, the hell was that old crony yelling at you for? He said, she got mad that I parked and I went inside the building. She started telling me that I was being useless and I was taking space. I'm like, does she understand what like paying inside means? This woman was accosting my husband for going to pay for his gas. And she's very lucky that it was hot out and I had the windows up and the AC going. Because if I had heard her, my fat ass would have been out that car so fast. And I would have gone and informed her exactly what I felt about her opinion and where she could put it.
Yeah.
Because once my father, as you all know, is a veteran, has 2 replaced knees. At the time, he had no replaced knees. This was in the middle of the recession. And we were at Stop and Shop in my hometown, and my dad got up, he put his parking pass up, and he hobbled. But my dad was really good at walking despite his disability. He walked into the building. This woman starts screaming at him. You're not really fucking disabled. Take that placard off. What are you doing? And my dad shouted back at her. And I went to get out of the car and started shouting. I was like, who the fuck you think you are? My father I said, get back in the fucking car. Yes. And so the only one who can shut me down that quick. And so it was like, I'm very quick. Very quick. Like, as you guys know about the day that girl was getting groped in McDonald's and I was in the drive-thru and I was screaming through the window. I just don't know how to shut my mouth. That's the problem. By the way, I just wanted to reiterate that I wasn't calling anybody anything. Who were you calling what?
He was asking which is worse, the C word or the B word or bitch, and he's concerned that we might actually think he was calling anybody anything.
C word. Absolutely.
Absolutely the C word. If you call me a bitch, even if you mean it seriously as an insult, I take it as a compliment. So
we need someone who's better than Pearl. Almost any conservative wife is better.
Hell, my dog would make a better relationship advice advocate than Pearl. I mean, literally.
People come to me. I will tell you right now, I was one of those rare people that when I had no relationship advice, people came to me for relationship advice, and it was good and it was useful. But I have read so many romance novels. I know.
Oh yes, all the best relationship advice all the best relationship advice comes from romance novels.
Well, you learn what not to do. I'm telling you that. And you learn exactly what to do in the bedroom, so it's great. Now I will say that a lot, because I read a lot of Nora
Pearl's
Roberts
an
and
idiot.
stuff. I read a lot of ones that at least researched mental health. Pearl is so mid. The thing is, it's not even that, and I'm not saying that Pearl is a stunning woman, but the point is, the woman, she very clearly does not like herself. Star Son becoming marriage. Listen, I will happily do so, but you're not gonna like some of what I say, Faye.
No.
She knows I'm honest. But
Oh, yeah.
Star Son reads only Monster Smut. I do not. That's only Edie. I jokingly brought it up. She willingly read. But, and I will throw her under that bus every day. But whatchamacallit? Oh shit, what was I saying? Faye Queen distracted me.
Pearl's a good-looking woman.
Oh yeah, Pearl could actually be a good-looking woman, but the problem is that because she has all the right things, she really does.
Except for that face.
Well, the thing is, her face is that way because one, she doesn't do anything like. So Pearl likes to sit there and deflect. Oh yeah, sure, I hate myself. Oh yeah, sure. Pearl exudes all the signs. So one, she speaks negatively about herself by proxy. But if you listen, every woman that is a stain on society, is not appropriate, is not a good woman, is wrong, is her. She's abrasive. She talks loud. She is the head of a company. She talks over men. She is not a virgin. She is over 24. She is not dating to marry. She is not even dating. All the things that she says wrong. Women should not be married and having kids and being a CEO. Her mother was a CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. So you can see. Now, on top of that, it is well known. Pearl shows up on video. Her hair's not washed. It's not brushed. She's usually wearing frumpy, dowdy clothes. Whenever she is confronted with men in public, she usually is like, she doesn't know how to talk to men. And so the problem is, I know a lot of people believe she's trans. She's not.
No, I don't know. She's not trans. She's just not attractive, in my opinion. But that's my opinion.
Again, I wouldn't say that she's a girl I would dream about. But what I am saying is she's not a hideous woman. What she is she's an athletic woman. She's a woman that with the right, like when she gets dolled up, like when her hair is washed and brushed and curled, when she puts on the right makeup and she has the right outfit, Pearl looks very pretty. And because the thing is, and we have a resident ginger right here, she can agree with it. Pearl has very, very pale skin. She's got very pale red hair. Sometimes it's bright, but most of the time it's very pale. So when you have drowned out features like that, your good features become drowned out as well. And then she does a lot of athletic stuff, which causes a lot of early wrinkles in your face, which is why she has that look. So you can tell when she's out in the sun because her freckles come out. So you've got someone who has light, she's got very see-through eyelashes, which create that lack of eyelash look on her face. She's got no dark features. She has very faint eyebrows. So when you have all these...
I can talk about faint eyebrows.
Huh?
I said I know about faint eyebrows.
Exactly. And so the problem is what she does then is she wears things that are designed for women who have hourglass figures. So they make her end up looking very frumpy and childlike. So it does not, she's got a pear shape with long, long legs. The last thing you should be doing is wearing a sweetheart neckline with a short skirt. That is not what you should be doing. And she wears it when they're very high up. What she should be doing is accentuating her long torso. She should be accentuating her long legs. She should be accentuating the colors that she has. She needs to wear things that are good for her tones. She wears cool tones and she wears very vibrant, harsh tones. She is like all and muted colors. That's what she should be doing. She should be wearing things that cut off her midsection. It's not is a nice way of saying not ugly. It's Stars, I'm thinking about venting to your friends. I have a friend I tell everything to good and bad he complains about, but then he's a person I want to vent to. I think it's fine to vent to your friends as long as you also tell that friend you vent to the good stuff. When you only tell that friend the bad stuff, then they become that voice in your ear that hates your spouse. And that's not good.
And the other concern is especially if you're in a marriage and the friend you vent to is a male and you are not being honest in your relationship with your husband, it can lead to emotional cheating.
Right. Especially if that guy is not gay.
Yeah. So that is something to think about. And some people don't consider it emotional cheating. Personally, I do. If you are telling more to that friend than you are telling to your husband, if that friend knows more about how you feel about your husband than your husband does, that's a problem. And that is obvious. I thought you said him. Okay. If it's a female, then you're fine. Do whatever. Unless you're bi, and then it could be an issue. But as long as you're not looking at sleeping with the person, you're fine.
Strawberry. That's the one I saw. Not think before you sleep. So, as I said in one of my videos, I used to be not a fan of Pearl's, but I was like, oh, she's cool. She's got some good things. Pearl fell down the rabbit hole real fucking fast. Like, she went real quick. And the problem with Pearl is that, yeah, emotional cheating is cheating. The problem with Pearl is that she made herself very public, and now she tries to tell everybody that they're being bullies. She yells and gets mad at the women that live the life she claims is the right life. Women like me. She says we are past our prime. We're not good. If our husbands could, they'd sleep with younger women. She doesn't believe in husband goggles, which, if you don't know what that means, it's that as you age, your husband doesn't want anyone else. He still sees you as the beautiful person you always have been. I'm sorry, but that is very real.
Yep.
And the thing is, if you look at Pearl's parents, husband goggles very much exist. So I don't know why she says this, because she says any marriage where the people are over 40, they're doomed to, where the wife is evil and trapping the man in a horrible relationship, and da-da-da-da-da. Her parents have been married well over 30 years. She is not even the oldest of the kids. She's the middle child of 10 children. They're over their 40s. I think they're in their 50s. And so, but whenever she talks about it, her family's always the exception, guys. Well, her parents fell in love. Your parents didn't. No one else did. Her parents were successful in having a relationship and a company. No one else will. Again, it's over and over again. It's always rules for thee, not for me. My friend does probably know more about my husband. Won't let me get through how I feel and just listen. But that, again, so this is where it's an unfortunate thing. And I'm going to say this. And I don't mean it in any disrespectful way. It's also because you guys were young. Starman and I started dating when we were 18 and 19 years old. That is a wonderful and detrimental thing to our relationship. Because in a lot of ways, my husband was too immature for a lot. Because I grew up in a very mature marriage to look at. And Starman, being the kind of person he is, he was not a very social person. He was never forced to pay attention to his parents' relationship because, one, they divorced and both of them remarried, and he was the middle child, the second oldest of 5 kids. And he was always like just kind of going through the motions for most of his life. He did exactly what was expected of him, and nobody really ever bothered him. So he kind of stayed in his own little bubble. So he really didn't pay attention to anybody. And he never really had to learn how to problem solve and talk to anyone because the family left him alone. He left them alone. So then when it came to me, who had a very vocal family, and we very much butted heads and confrontation was not an issue, my mother and I would very easily have a scream match that hour. You want dinner? Yes, I want dinner. Good. Come out and eat. That was it. That's how we were. And then the next day, no problem. Night sleazy. So that was something where it was very hard because I'd be like, I don't understand why you can't understand this. Why we can't, like, whenever I would try to resolve it, it would very much be I'm talking at him. And then he would go right back to doing the thing that caused the fight in the first place over and over again. It took years of him finally, like, say it again?
Training,
literally. Now, unlike Starman, your husband is a talker. He at least talks back. It does sound like he is very reactive, though, to your anger. And so it has to come down to where, again, it all comes down to self-awareness and being extremely concise in what you need in order for you guys to be okay. And that's, for lack of a better thing to say, you have to concisely tell him, this is the problem, this is the solution, this is why I'm upset, and this is what you can't do. If you don't like this, I need to know why you don't like this. I need to know why we have this problem. You have to streamline it. If you don't, and you guys let it get messy with, well, you almost hit the baby, and you almost did this, and you almost did that, and you pushed me, and you did that. When it comes at it, even when I'm not angry, he doesn't listen. But again, that's where you have to find the magic sauce, what makes him listen. For my husband, it's putting it in perspective. Putting scenarios in his head and showing him, which you guys see I do with you a lot. I'll be like, well, imagine it this way. If this was you, would you be okay? If I did this, would you be okay with me doing that? No. Why are you okay doing it to me? And that's what you have to do. You've got to find out what gets through to him. And it may be that he needs to go to a therapist. It may be that he needs to find a friend he can vent to. Or it could be something where you guys have to learn to shelf it for a while. Resolve it and say, anytime you get in that fight, put it to the side. But it's something where, regrettably, with relationships, the magic button is not any one way. Except guided empathy. Exactly, Pluribus. And Pluribus was married a long time too, as far as I remember. What it comes down to is, one, the other party has to want the resolution. Your husband has to want this resolution as much as you do. So that's the first hurdle. But I have no problem with him venting to a friend. Right. But do you know if he does? Because it's almost a reason to fight, or would it be the spark that lights the proverbial powder keg and starts a fight? Right. Like, which is it? And again, what communication, and communication.
Yeah. Lots of that.
It's.
And then when you think you have too much, you need more communication.
And especially 21 together, 10 married. Exactly. My husband and I will be together 18 years in May, and we've been married in a few days 11 years. And I am one of the longest relationships that I know amongst my friends. And I've been with him a long time. We've been through a lot of shit. We've been through a lot of hardships. And it took a lot of him maturing, because I was very mature even when I was young. Because, again, that's thanks to my parents and how they raised me. As Peterson says, resentment is a killer. Resentment is absolutely a killer. And I will tell you again, that's Starman and I have had near marriage ending fights. And it was due very much part, in fact, I could have been letting the baby cry, but she has been crying too long. That's not a problem. Love you, lady. We'll talk about it more on Sunday. Everyone say goodnight to Faye and tell the baby for a kiss. But here's what I will tell you guys. No matter what, even with Faye stepping out, the main thing you need to do in a relationship is understand that it's not all about you. And that's something that is difficult for a lot of people. Oh, no, not later, girl. It is almost 2 a.m. We'll talk about Sunday. It may be early enough for you, but it ain't for me. My husband and I have been together for 18 years and married 15. Exactly. It's when you've been together a long time, one of the big things you have to remember is it isn't all about you. That's one of the hardest things I think a lot of people in relationships forget. It doesn't, your selfishness doesn't end when you have kids. It ends when you decide someone's going to live with you and share your life with you. You don't get to be a selfish person if you want to be in a long-term serious relationship of any form.
Yep.
You have to learn that sometimes you don't get what you want. You have to learn that sometimes you have to sacrifice. Sometimes you have to do something that makes you uncomfortable. Not that. The point is, because you're going to spend the rest of your life with that person. There are many times Star Son gives better advice than Tate. Thank you.
That's not hard, but
like,
yes.
I take it as a compliment that it is, but at the same time, it's Tate. But I understand what you're saying and appreciate that. Battle buddies, right? Listen, Horror and I, this is what happens when you've been in a long-term relationships and you've learned a lot of that stuff. And Horror is a very self-aware woman. So am I. That's one of the reasons why we get along so well. We're even shaped the same.
Yeah, I'm just a little taller. I got more leg.
A lot more leg. Like they longer. They better shaped than mine are. But when you mean that I'm not the main character, and it's not a high bar, right? And the thing is, once you accept that you're not the main character, the next step is figuring out how both of you are the main character and how both of you benefit from it. It's understanding that maybe your husband has high anxiety and can't talk to bill collectors on the phone. And even though it really would be helpful for you if he did that, you have to do it. It's understanding that your wife has carpal tunnel and 2 arthritic knees. So even though she would really like to mow the lawn, you have to do it. Which, if you can't tell, that's me talking about me and Starman. It's understanding that when you've done things to almost screw up your marriage, you have to deal with having 13 cats and 2 dogs because that's what your wife is happy about. So if you have that many animals and you want to keep her, you do it. And, it's stuff like that where I've done a lot in my marriage to streamline and stress-free Starman. So my husband, anytime he wants a video game or a system, I start figuring out how to get it for him. Why did we go to Vegas? Because my husband said he wanted to go to a festival. So I made it happen. Should we have gone? Absolutely not. But hindsight is 2020. The only reason we're not going on a cruise in a few months is because it was going to be an astronomical amount of money we could not afford. Because I could have put the money down on it, but then afterwards.
Plus, you're buying a house now.
Huh?
Plus, you're buying a house now.
Exactly. It's really good that we're not going. But the point is, you have to learn what your strengths are and what your spouse's strengths are. And then you have to be okay with admitting you can't do A, B, and C. And your spouse should be able to fill in that. That's the whole point of being partners, of being married, of sharing your life. They're supposed to complete you. You're supposed to complete them. So in my household, my husband has a very hard time remembering things. My husband has a very hard time doing certain things. So, for instance, with the laundry, my husband is terrible at remembering how to measure certain things. And he would always make a mess and I'd complain about it. Like, babe, you got laundry detergent everywhere. Babe, you did this. And he'd be like, well, you wanted it done, didn't you? And I did it. Or he might put too much in or not enough in. So you know what we did? We switched to the pods completely. Now it's real easy. 2 of the Snuggle, 2 of the Tide, throw it in. 1 scoop of the fabric softener. Boom. Simple, easy, streamlined. He doesn't like having to go get the mop and bucket. That would bother him, having to pull the bucket out, having to fill it with water. So we have the Bona and we have the Swiffer. So that way I get the cleaning buddy and he doesn't have to stress over it. So I don't know what the hell I'm doing. You don't know what the hell you're doing, but hopefully together we can figure something out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that as well. My husband isn't allowed to do the laundry, right? For instance, when I don't feel good, we have discovered exactly what Starman can cook. He makes great eggs. He can grill a steak and he can grill burgers. There's not much else you can cook, but that's okay. The point is, we know that if I am out of commission, my husband can do those things and both of us can eat. Everything I come down to a system. So that way it's okay with him. Uncle, my honey, I'm in poker nights. Right. If my husband wants to go out and play Magic with the boys, He wants to go out for a video game night. All he has to do is tell me, because I mean I should know. And babe, go have fun. His guys want to come over. His friends are more than welcome. If I want to go out and do something, all I gotta do is say, "Hey, babe, on Tuesday, me, Jasmine, Jilly, we're all gonna go, and we're gonna go to the tea place in this city." Okay, babe, let me make sure we have enough money for it. All right, go have fun. Like, it's not that hard. But small things can ruin the relationship if you don't compromise. So if your husband never gets a chance to hang out with his friends, but you do. Like every night when my husband comes home, if he's not feeling great, he wants a nap, take your nap. If there's no chores to be done, he can play video games all the way up until we go to bed. That's what I let him do because that's how he de-stresses. Baby boy, stop scratching yourself. And Orion's right over here. She can't tell by the tail. And I know I'm popping a baby. I know it hurts. And things starting fraternal order of mildly amusing grandpa, gentlemen. Fomag. My husband has no idea what a laundry hamper is, and he tries to load the dishwasher, but no. See, again, that's one that Starman does the dishes. He doesn't ever wash the hand washables. That's something that I get mad at him for. But again, we live out where the banjos play. And when we live out where the banjos play, you know what else plays out here? Roaches. Insects. So he has learned when because the palmetto bugs, when they come in the house, because they're gonna find a way in. I tell him, I'm like, do you like them being in the house? No, none of us do. So if you don't like them being in the house, keep my sink clean. Wash it up. See, no half chores. Exactly. That's something I get very mad about. But even now, he's finally opening up and becoming more self-aware. And I know Faye might watch this afterwards. Oh my God, like she was summoned. And there's always one person in a relationship who's not as mature as the other. Mature. And so what it comes down to is you have to be willing to want to fix things. You have to be willing to want to grow. That far north? We're in the Carolinas, sir.
Oh, yeah. No, she's in Carolina. She gets plenty of them.
I will say I never saw a single roach my entire life in Rhode Island. And I lived across from a fucking cow farm. And I never saw roaches. The first year I was here, I saw a roach. And I had a meltdown. We don't have any clothes that need ironing, so I solved that problem.
I guess I'm lucky because Sheep does all the dishes by hand. Voluntarily.
I would lose so many dishes. No, I can't. I don't know if what made him happiest was when we had someone trying to bust into his back shed. He grabbed his 2A, I grabbed a 2A, and he looked behind me, seeing me trotting along ready. Oh, that boy's face. But I'm saying, like, everyone's got their thing. Everyone's got their thing. And again, that's a key part of a relationship, figuring out what everyone knows. Couples who slay together, stay together. I don't think they went north of Georgia. Oh, yeah, they do. We're going to buy clothes tomorrow. Right. There's always something that you do together as a couple that help with bonding, which is important. Like Starman and I, we look at the internet, we play video games, we watch anime together. We've been together a long time. So there's a lot of jokes that we have. And it's just overall, when it comes to relationships, again, what people don't want to hear is stop looking at the internet, stop looking at couples goals, stop looking at any of that shit.
Yep.
If you've got a neighbor who has a really nice house, if you have anybody who has more than you, stop looking at it. Stop. Don't even acknowledge it. Sacrifice and communication are the two key things to keeping a relationship working.
And it's work. Both sides have to work. It's not a one side can do the work. Both sides have to work. And it's a wake up every day and decide to do the work. And it's a go to sleep and realize you're going to wake up the next day and do the work. And if somebody's not willing to do the work, that's when it's going to be fucked up. It doesn't matter if it's you. It doesn't matter if it's them. And sometimes the work's going to be unequal. Sometimes you're going to have to do more work than the other person.
Yep.
And sometimes the other person will have to do more work than you. Because life isn't fair. Life isn't easy, and life is work.
It's true. It's like I tell Starman, like when we get sick, he's like, I'm in too much pain to do it. Our life doesn't stop existing because we're in pain.
Yep. God, I wish.
Idea. You can be equally yoked. Sometimes you're unequally yoked. That's the way the world works, especially in relationships. And it's like hard, put it perfectly. Every day you're gonna have to wake up willing to work on that relationship. You have to be willing. Oh, okay. It was Axel. You have to be willing to want that relationship to work. These two rules my father gave me, and I have a video about relationships. If any of you want it, I have this. I've had it up for 2 years now. So you want to see it? It is on my YouTube. I will link it in a minute. There's 2 rules my father gave me to live by with relationships. And I'm pretty sure I told you all before, but these are it. It is never 50-50. It is 100-100. You give 100% of yourself to that person, which envelops the whole sacrifice, communication. And the other thing is never stop treating them like your boyfriend or girlfriend. Never stop. Just because you guys are together a long time, just because you're married, it doesn't mean that the flirting, the romance, any of it goes away. You should not be 10 years into a relationship and you guys barely touch. There are so many relationships I've seen that are like the people are miserable together. And the reason they're miserable is because they never snuggle, they never kiss, they never hold hands, they never call each other. They might say babe to each other, but that's just out of habit. But they'll be like, oh, my fucking husband. Oh, my fucking Nana. It is not cute, funny, or adorable that you hate the person you're with. And if you're bitter and annoyed with that person and you look to every other person as like, oh, I'd love to be with them instead, then you're in the wrong relationship.
Yep.
I'm Judge Dredd at home. Stay-at-home mom. Exactly. It's cute when old people flirt. Oh, I love it. I do most stuff, but he works. I am just home. Hold hands is fun, right? The only time it's not fun for me is because I walk slower than Starman. That man got long ass legs.
Oh, we actually sleep holding hands, so.
See, now that's the one thing that I can't do. Although, all right, I don't know if this is TMI. You're gonna be shocked. It's really not that bad, but it's bad to me. So I hate touching in sleep. Again, claustrophobia. And Starman loves it. I used to call him the koala because I would wake up in the middle of the night and he would be shoved up against me. and I'm not joking, just like this.
Yeah.
And I would be on the edge of the bed. I need you all to understand how large I am, and I would be on the very edge of the bed. Limbs would be hanging off.
I understand this feeling very intimately.
I hate it so much. And so the thing is, this is why Starman hates the adjustable base. I sleep with the adjustable base in the zero gravity position every single night. It does not lend to cuddling. I have been thrilled for the last 5 years. I have not been interrupted by annoying middle of the night cuddling for years. On the other hand, he very annoyed by this. And so he will always try to like get up on me. So we have finally found a compromise. And I don't know if people are going to find this gross or not. Clearly, I'm overweight. So what I do is I put his hand on my right hip under my fat flap every night. That's our compromise. And now I have gotten so used to it that now I don't feel as comfortable when he doesn't have his hand on my hip. Starman can't... I swear to God, if asleep he could crawl in my skin, he would.
Yeah, no. If I roll on my side, sheep is on my back.
I hate it so much. I stopped touching him recently because I stated my desire to go straight to sleep because I was exhausted. He decided to grab my hand and insist that I touch him. I got up and slept in the living room. And again, that's where it's a lack. I have been there. That is a lack of compromise and communication. I had to learn to compromise with Starman. So, like, I found a sleeping position before I gained more weight. There was a sleeping position that I could sleep in that used him as a balance so I could be comfortable and fall asleep. When I started gaining weight, I couldn't do that anymore. So I had to find a new compromise. I love my space when I sleep. The animals can sleep on me, but that's because they're small. I can lift you and put you in a different section. My husband is muscular and tall. I don't mind cuddling if we aren't sleeping, but he is way too warm. Right. I hate sweat of any kind because of my eczema and psoriasis. Starman is a sweater. Most men are, I've found. Most men are hot. I'm a hot person. Okay. Starman's usually cold. Like, we are the flip in that. He's got the cold hands and the cold feet, and I'm always hot. And so I hate the heat. I hate sweating. And I got to go to bed. Love you, Rachel. It is too.
Night, Rachel. Here we go again.
I don't like the history. Listen, Starman did the same thing to me. He would disregard when I would say, no, I don't want to cuddle. One night, I'm trying to unfreeze you because you're frozen for me.
Oh, okay.
Start saying, like, I'm just hot, like, ugh. And, whatchamacallit. Like, there were nights I literally fell out of bed because he would rip the sheet off of me while he was sleeping. And it would literally, like, the centrifugal force of his yank, I literally would go flying out of the bed. So there's been many nights, and mind you, Starman is a very heavy sleeper. I have full on punched him in the back out of anger. And you know what? Either I'm that weak of a punch or he is that strong. He don't feel a damn thing. But I've had to, like, get him off of me because it's a panic for me. What the hell's going on the screen? What are you guys seeing? What do they see that we don't?
I'm not sure. I'm going to go look.
Please do. I don't think you realize where he wanted to be touched.
Oh, yeah.
I do. The point is, whether it is the touch or even just touching plain and simple. The fact is, it's a matter of he has to understand the compromise with that. There has to be something where the both of you sit down and agree to certain things. And again, that takes work because, see now, again, not to get TMI, but out of the two of us, I'm the Fae King in that situation. I am very much more of hi, bad touch. Starman's more of no, I've got a headache. And so, again, this is something where Brian just got home. He buried my dad. Oh, honey. Well, you go have a good night, Jade. We love you. And again, the passing of your dad's cat is in my prayers. I was going in and out. Stop now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think my internet was trying to have a fight for a minute, but now it's okay. But yeah, I mean, I am the person that very much, I get very disgruntled. There are needs that have to be met, and I had to identify the fact that I can't always get what I want. But if the roles were reversed, I'd never hear the end. Right. But again, that's where these are conversations that if you're a young couple, which you guys are, it's something where these are things you guys have to hash out over time. Because that's what I've had to do. And oops, that was me.
Relationships take time. They start and everything seems perfect. Then as you deal with that person more and more on a daily basis, you find more and more things that irritate you. You find more things, you have more opportunities to be pissed off.
Yep.
They learn what pisses you off. And then you know it all becomes the game of, well, not a game. It becomes a situation of, one person's pissed and the other person's upset that they're pissed, and then they push the buttons, and it's about finding the balance and the communication so that you can come to the resolutions on these things. We're in a time where people find it way too easy to just walk away. And if you decide that, this is something I can walk away from at any time, you're going to eventually.
Exactly.
Because you don't want to put the time into it. Yeah, I mean,
you have to fully believe that it's till death do you part. You have to fully believe that it's not ending.
Yeah. You have to resolve to the fact that this is the person you're staying with, and then do it. And then work on these problems. And you can't just say, well, they did it this time and they did it the next time and they did it the next time, because people are stupid and you're going to have to do a lot of work to get it through their head.
Yep. I 100%, 110% agree with you. And the thing is, again, I don't disagree that is very frustrating.
Oh, it is.
Because it's very frustrating. But the thing is, and this does happen a lot when you're young. If you're with each other a long time from when you're young, this is something that happens. But it happens with older couples too. Because again, like Hara was saying, people can be stupid. We all can be stupid. We all do these things where we look back and go, why did we do that? And we really can't explain it, but we still did it. And you have to acknowledge that, you know what you're doing is wrong. You have to, again, I've said it before, self-awareness. And what Hara was saying is pretty much the long version of what I said earlier. Learn to pick your battles. It's not always worth it to be right. It's not always worth it to get the righteous justice of, well, they made me feel bad and I'm not going to take it. Is it worth it? Is it worth it when you're by yourself after the whole thing is tattered to say, well, I was right? I'm not saying that what you feel at the time isn't for lack.
It's very valid.
It's very valid. You might be upset, but I can guarantee you, with the exception of very few fights, I don't remember most of the fights Starman and I have had. There's only a couple of things that stay in my head. Very few. And the ones that are stuck in my head, I can count 3. They were near relationship ending. Yeah, but I want to be respected. I'm not saying you don't want that you shouldn't be respected. It's but see, that's where we don't agree with the autonomy thing, because to me, once you have a baby, but that's my opinion on that. What I'm saying is that's something where that can be something you draw the line on, but that's something where you're going to have a strong conversation and tell him in a very concise, non-angry way why it hurt you. Because the thing is, if you just tell him, no, I have a headache kind of situation, even if what you're saying is, a good reason, he has to understand the context. So, like, very much like a 3-year-old, when Starman and I get in a fight, I say to him, why was I pissed? Explain to me why I'm mad at you right now. Explain to me what I don't want you to do again. So that way I understand that I wasn't just one, as you all know, sometimes I can prattle on. And when I'm very angry, even though I'm trying to be concise, sometimes I will ramble, which then ruins the whole thing.
And sometimes having them repeat it back to you tells you that they understood it.
And sometimes you realize you said the wrong thing, or maybe
because they may not have gotten out of it what you thought you said.
Right.
Even if you said it in the most plain language you thought you possibly could, they still may not have heard it that way.
Exactly. And again, that can be very frustrating, but that's life.
Yep.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. Obviously, if you say you do not want to be intimate and someone pushes you to be intimate, that is, for many, many people, and understandably so, a line that can't be crossed. And I understand that completely. And pushing someone to do it when they really can't is not right. As the person who's usually wanting it. But I am selfish with a little time when my body is completely my own. And I'm imagining that you probably have, but have you said that exactly to him? And said to him, listen, We had just made love this day. I really needed this time to myself, and it really bothered me, and it felt like you're nothing more than a whatever to him. Again, communication, communication, communication. You have every right to be upset. You have every right to feel the way that you felt. But so you've communicated it. Great. You have to have him repeat it back.
Yeah, did he understand?
Yeah, did he understand? Did you say it to him? And he was like, yeah, okay, I get it. You have. But my question is, did he absorb it? And again, this is something, because again, I have been in his shoes. I am your husband in this situation, where I'm very much like, and I said it to him, like, what other husband in this planet wouldn't want a horny wife? But I understand, doesn't matter. I don't have that husband. I have mine. It's a compromise. But at the same time, he's still like, I still like, for instance, with me, we still flirt. I don't want to go into too many details, but his hands are on me at various times of the day. And so I may not have snoo, but I get everything else. And so I have to learn that I can't always have the snoo. But I get a very flirty husband who kisses up at me, hugs me, tells me I'm beautiful, tells me he loves me. And
occasionally snoo.
Huh?
And occasionally snoo.
And occasionally snoo. And that's okay. And the thing is, like she's saying, she had it the night before. So saying it to him, saying, listen, here's what's always so it's bad to want to be touched. Again, that means he's not understanding, honey. That means he is not getting it. And that means there's something that he needs that you're not getting. Which I know is difficult to hear, but it's not as simple as I'm horny and I want my wife to do things for me. Him saying, so it's bad that I want to be touched, him phrasing it like that means there's deeper stuff to it. There is a deeper thing involved. That is where you need to start. Because again, it's never as simple as he did something that I don't like. I know we like to think that, and there's very rare occasions where it can be. But the fact that he said it that way probably means somewhere along the lines, that is how he sees his worth as a husband. Or that is probably how he sees the oh, you don't know. Okay, so it is a Futurama reference. Snoo. Snoo means sex.
Yes.
And so these are the things, again, you have to learn that compromise. Why is it bothering him so much that he needs that? What do I have to get through to let him understand it's not that it's bad that he wants to be touched, but it's bad that you want to do it despite when I say I don't want it. Like, come to me and tell me I need this. Why do you need this? So for instance, I don't like being hugged. Okay? I'm not a massive hugger. The warmer it is, the less I like to be touched.
Oh yeah.
Okay? Starman loves hugging. He loves cuddling. So I have to compromise. If he really needs that, he comes to me and says, I need this hug. Because I understand that eases his anxiety. It helps him feel better. It releases tension. So despite the fact that I don't like it, I will compromise and I will give the hug. And over time, it is less uncomfortable for me. He still can't do it for very long if it's hot. But now there's many times that I want a hug. And so these are situations where, by understanding and by finding out the core reason, instead of my husband just coming up and hugging on me when I really don't want it, or giving me overly cuddly things in the middle of the night, we've learned to compromise. And so I'm not saying I'm the type of wife that will let him snooze even when I'm tired, but he doesn't understand what it's like to have half of your sleep time with a nipple ornament attached to you. I understand that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I would get to the core reason why the snooze is important. Why, even if you snooze when he's tired, he still needs more and it hurts him if you can't. Find out that.
At the same time, and I understand I don't know you and I hate to say this, but you probably want to look at why you feel that way too. When you are engaging in snoo with your husband, it shouldn't be that you're letting him. It should be that you want to and you enjoy to.
Right.
And if you are not, if you really feel like the only reason you're doing it is to satisfy him and not because you in any way want to participate, then you need to find out what's behind that too. Because otherwise, it's only going to get worse. You are going to resent the fact that you're doing it at all. And that's with or without the baby attached.
Yes. And that's the worry that I would have, because that is very much like, again, if it's a matter of, well, I let you do this even though I'm not enjoying it, it as someone who has said that phrase, not about snoozes, but it's about other things, that can build a very dangerous level of resentment in you and your spouse.
Yep.
It's not good. So she's very right on that. You have to figure out, again, communication, compromise, and I'm sometimes tired, but I will let him if I don't mind losing a little sleep. But the question is, do you always enjoy it? Or are you kind of like, when is he going to be done?
It's like I will let him part, not the I enjoy it or I want to participate, or
that's not the same thing as enjoying.
It's not the same. It's not it doesn't bother you isn't the same as you want to actively participate.
Right.
And if you are not actively participating, it's not going to, even if you don't feel like in the moment that you're resenting it, it does build up subconsciously and it does become a problem. And honestly, that's part of what we're seeing now with the conversation is you do resent it to some degree because you're becoming more and more angry with it. And that's not to say that you shouldn't have your boundaries and that you shouldn't have your ability to have the time, but you do at the same time need to look at why you feel that way. You need to look at it. Does it have to do with how he's approaching it? Because I'm going to be honest, in my first relationship, in my first marriage, I was fine with having sex with my husband. But at the same time, when he would try to initiate it, his attempt at foreplay in no way warmed me up. And it just wasn't a thing. I mean, it wasn't, but it's less about if you're not going to enjoy it, more about the fact that you're saying you let him do it to you. It's the way you phrase that's kind of a problem, or not a problem. That's the wrong way to say it. It signifies there might be a problem.
And she said that now, Faye Queen said, and I know a lot of you guys can't see what she's saying, but she said she won't say yes if she's not going to enjoy it, which is good. But then what I would say to you is, and this is the real thing. Hold on, I gotta stretch because I've been sitting too long. Look at that. I still think I'm bent over just how big my ass is, guys. Stretching. Okay. It's gonna sound weird, but it's 100% true. Learn to phrase it better for your own self.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is this. Whether you realize it or not, exactly how me and Har interpreted it, it becomes a negative connotation. Well, I'm fine with it. That doesn't bother me. Always put it in a positive light in your head if it's a positive thing. And I know it sounds silly, but that does help your outlook over time. By saying it in a positive way and positively addressing it, you create a better mentality towards it. That's not, but at the same time, it is beneficial to address when it's not pleasant, when it's not happy. When you're just lazy, it's not lazy if you are dead tired from a child. And that's the compromise.
That makes sense.
I just do the bare minimum and participating, and that's fine. That is just fine. If the bare minimum, what, baby? I think I'm being asked a question, so that's okay. You have to wait a little bit, okay? I know you want to go to bed, huh? But if in this situation, I would say to you, you have to tell him, this is the time I can't. Maybe even prepare him for that day. If you, everybody that likes snoo like that, they give off hints, markers, actions. People who have a lot of stamina and a lot of drive and a lot of desire, speaking from the person that is like that, I will drop gentle hints all day long because I'm trying to figure out, is Starman receptive? In the same level I'm at? We are now old enough in our relationship that straight out you can say yay or nay, and you can plan yay or nay for said encounter. That is what I would say to you. Look for those hints. Say to him, listen, I'm going to let you know now, tonight, I'm brazen. Exactly. So say it. If you don't want it, say tonight, it can't happen. It's been too much. The baby's sick today. I don't want it. But again, I think what you need to address and find out is why he needs it and find a way to compromise that. So if he can't get snoo, what would make him happy and still not make you feel like you're losing the ability to say no? Like you're not feeling, for lack of a better term, like you're getting great. Because that's what it sounds like. Without you saying it, it sounds like you feel almost great, which is not how you should feel in your marriage, ever. And, you know, I mean, I know that both of you are kind of hot-headed. You said it before. And that does lend to it. Starson dropping a lot of handkerchief to hit the Starman. Oh, God, yeah. I don't drop a handkerchief. I drop an anvil. I say exactly my intentions sometimes, too. But I have to go run and put the dogs to bed in a minute because Orion has been asking me. It is 2:35 in the morning, so he's probably very tired.
Might be time to put ourselves to bed.
Right. It's like, well, I'm starting to ramble. I can feel it. I know I can finish the artwork potentially, but I don't know how much longer I can make cohesive sentences. I'm already impressed with my abilities right now.
That's the latest we've been up in a little while.
I think it is. It was touched. I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that is still snoo to me. Anything that involves the potential for an orgasm or...
Oh, and especially if it's one of the ones where I have to put in most of the effort.
Right. And so that is, oh, Simba, that was a cute stretch. It's already late for me. Yeah, because you're on the same time zone as I am. Choco's gonna lose her mind. It's true. It was touch to me. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, find out why the touch was so important to him.
And ask maybe if there's a different type of touch that you can go with instead.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I understood. Faye,
we understood that. Yeah.
Touch you were referring. But what I'm saying is find out why it was so important that he needed you to do that. Why was it that important? And why, when you said you didn't want it, his response was not, why don't you want me? But rather, why is it so bad to be touched? Or want to be touched.
Oh, God. Derp, you're fine. You didn't insult anybody. Nobody's insulted. Nobody's mad at you. We still love you. You're a very nice person. We adore you. We're glad you're here. You're okay.
I will share it because it was a good thing that he said. And stop worrying so much, Derp.
Right.
Yeah, extreme is never right.
Yeah.
This is the point. Like, it was what he said that makes a difference. It wasn't, why don't you want me? Or why aren't you in the mood? Or why are you, or not, why don't you want to touch me? That wasn't what he said. It was, is it so bad to want to be touched? And that's what makes a very big difference. Again, as someone I'm speaking from the experience of it. As a first person, there's deeper meaning to it.
And then there's
go ahead.
The question of, was it more prevalent before the baby?
Right.
So he could be having time.
Yeah, you expand on that. I'm gonna go put the dogs to bed while you do that. So that way,
okay.
Stop whining.
Because if there was more of it before the baby, if things feel like they're maybe coming back to a point where it's normalized like before the baby, and he doesn't understand that you are not there mentally, and it's unfortunately really hard to describe to somebody where you are mentally, because most people can't put themselves in the shoes of another person. So if he is thinking that you guys can get back to where you were once upon a time, he may be having problems adjusting to the fact that with a kid, that's probably never going to happen. Even after it's no longer constantly on top of your body, it's still never going to happen, because it's always going to be somewhere in the vicinity causing problems because that's what babies do. So, oh no, you have it backwards, Esteban. It's not that he wants to touch her, it's that he wanted her to touch him in that very special way that woman occasionally touches man. Yeah, a baby can actually create those feelings, and yeah. So while you might have been there before the baby, it's not coming back. It's not going to go back to that. And honestly, you would probably benefit from sitting down and having a conversation outside the bedroom, outside of any of these situations, and in a relaxed atmosphere where you literally sit down and say, hey, I need you to listen to me. Mm-hmm. And start it like that. So because men, and I vaguely apologize. You say that now, Faye, trust me. I may not have had kids, but I've experienced a number of kids, and it's never that easy.
My mom and dad had to physically lock the door. My mom and dad, up until the day my mom got sick, had a very active sex life. We just knew, because my parents were horny bastards. And there are many times, my parents had the only door with a lock on it. And it didn't matter if it was 5 minutes, because we were independent kids. Like, my parents grew up in the 50s. They believed in their kids being able to be by themselves in a room for 5 minutes. My mom and dad would make sure to get their time in whenever they could. And that's something where I think, again, this comes down to age. You're going to have to accept that one. It's not always going to be the full Monty. Sometimes it's a quick banging buck. Like, it is, you going for a quickie where you can get it. It is, hurry, you're getting dressed. I'll get down on my knees. We'll take care of this real quick. It is, I'm a finger bang call a day. And I know they sound a little crude, but these are things you have to get used to. Sometimes it is just grabbing your ass in the middle of Walmart. Sometimes it is just biting your spouse's neck. And that's where, again, this is what I was talking about. This is compromise. This is sacrifice. This is understanding you can't always get what you want. And this goes for both sides.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's okay to ever feel like you're just a piece of meat.
Yeah.
I am the one in the relationship that anytime snoo comes into question, your mama's going to have to. So here's the thing.
Mama's going to have to learn.
Mama going to have to learn. There is no, because of Papa.
Papa's going to have to learn. Mama and Papa both going to have to learn.
Because the thing is, if you don't adapt to the new situation, it's going to end up causing more problems. I didn't know Star Son would ever say, listen, I know things. I hold back so much because of standards. And thankfully on something this long, it's a lot harder for you to catch on to this shit. But these are things I know. My parents didn't have 8 kids because they lacked interest. Never saw or heard anything. Exactly, Silvar.
I definitely saw some things I never should have.
I will say this. My parents It wasn't for lack of trying. My mother lacked the uterati. She had a hysterectomy because if she didn't, she would have died for kid number 3. But I will tell you right now, you have to learn that you're not young forever.
Yep.
2, that honeymoon phase when you guys could boink like rabbits and do whatever you wanted. There was a time where Starman and I could hang out in the bed for hours. There was a time when we could have encounters with each other several times in a day, not even just in a week, but in a day. But that's the thing. Again, this is and Faye, this is where we're gonna keep saying it till it clicks. This is part of the compromise. This is where you understand this. You have to make him understand this.
I mean, you might have to actually sit down and have the talk about why, so that Papa figures out why.
Right.
Because why isn't necessarily, I mean, the fact that it didn't happen isn't, or the fact that there weren't quite fireworks with it isn't necessarily bad. I mean, as long as everybody's satisfied,
I don't
that's
think fireworks
okay.
are happy. The fireworks are a great bonus.
Yeah.
But I will tell you right now, I more or less enjoy the effort involved, if you will. I'm like, good, we all get participation trophies today. We all had a good time. All right, great. And sometimes that's, especially as you get towards 30 and now towards 40, you have to start compromising yourself. The mind is willing, but the body is bruised and supple. And so again, I'm going to keep making snooze references all night long. You have to accept, you guys are still in your 20s. So for you, it's a little different.
Oh, yeah. But
that was something that, as Starman and I have gotten older, we've had to accept. And I'm not all upset about, like she said, it does not negate that you guys were together for that. I see what she wrote. I'm not repeating that one.
I don't blame you.
It's the point is, I don't disagree with what you said, but I do believe that there is this disconnect right now between the both of you due to the fact that you guys are young. This is, you're married, you're with a kid. These are things you guys never experienced before.
And having a kid is a difficult situation. You're learning a whole new phase of life because you are integrating another whole person into your home, whether you think about it or not. And the way that it changes the female body is huge. So it's going to take time and patience and communication. And in case I didn't mention it, communication. And in case I forgot it, communication. And it's going. Sometimes it's going to have to be. You sit down. You give him, I don't know, a cup of coffee, a beer, whatever in the world it is, whatever beverage he might enjoy. You sit in front of him. You look him in the eye because men are simple creatures. And you say, "I need you to listen to me." And you say exactly that, and then he needs to acknowledge the fact that he at this moment has to listen to you.
And then make sure he repeats back whatever you're saying. And don't let him get away with the catty little, "Oh, is it so bad that I want it?" Tell him, I can't have you be catty. I don't want you to get bitchy about this. I need you to listen because this is something, and I have said this to Starman, this is something that would cause us to divorce someday if you don't listen. You have to. You have to let them understand the stakes. Because, and this is actually a technique that works in sales as well. If I take you through the whole store, right? I take it to the entire store and I help you pick out a sound system, a brand new TV, brand new DVD Blu-ray player. I help you pick out the speakers, the stand. I help you pick out the new couch, the lighting, everything. And then I take you to the register. And then I tell you $6,000, $8,000. Now you're probably going to put a lot of stuff back. Shit, I didn't think it was that much. Shit, why didn't you tell me it all cost that? I was so busy telling you all the great things they were, but I never told you the price. But if I take you through and I go, see this TV is $1,500. It does this, and this. But this TV is $400. Doesn't do all of that, but it's still the same size, and it does this. I've prepared you. So now when we get to the register and I tell you whatever price it is, now you're prepared. I'm more ready to listen. You know the consequence of what your actions are. You know the consequences of listening or not listening. And that's the main thing he's got to understand. So if you approach it with, hear me out, and I need you to listen. And you can't say it with attitude. You can't say it like talking down to them, which
you can't say angry.
Right. If you're someone who has anger issues, I know plenty of friends who think they're not being angry. And then when I have sat them down in front of me and they've talked like not angry, they talk very demeaning, they talk down, because whether you like it or not, that past anger will automatically come out.
Yep.
Right out. So you have to practice it. Due to me being in customer service, I rehearse in my head how to say things and the proper tone to use, because it is a massive difference.
I just do that because I'm anxious. So
here's the thing. It's me saying, it's $2,500. Or, yes, your total is $2,500. Which already sounds better to you.
Yep.
Be honest. And so the thing is, instead of saying, listen, you need to listen to me because this could end up in a divorce. Or, listen, I need you to listen to me because this could end a divorce for us. Which sounds like I'm not being mean. And that's the thing. You, anyone in this chat right now, understand, whether you realize it or not, it's a subconscious thing. My best friend that passed away, he was so bad at this. And this was something that he and I would get in arguments about. When he looked at me and Starman, this is something I say to him, be like, you don't gotta say it like you're a dick. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Cassie. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. He had to learn. Because you're not gonna disrespect me. No matter who you are. Because I don't disrespect you. And that's, again, if it's important enough, if you want the message to come across, the first one, say it again, face and all, I might need to find Fey Man for snooze. And that is the point. You say to him, I need you to hear me. I need you to listen. If we do not resolve this, it could end in divorce for us down the line. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it will build resentment in me, and I don't want to do that. I want us to fix this. So please, don't be a smartass, don't be cocky, don't be catty, and don't be passive aggressive. Hear me out, listen to what I'm saying, so we can resolve this together, so we are both happy. That's all you have to do, guys, no matter who you are. You have to, it's just like me and Harv was saying, you have to compel yourself, and you have to be willing to give of yourself enough to resolve the issue. You can't just put the onus on someone else. Mm-hmm. You can't just sit there and say, well, I said what I needed to say, so they should understand. No. If you can't properly communicate what you need to say, you're just as guilty. You're just as bad. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're a bad spouse. But it does mean you're bad at communicating. This talk right now makes more sense than Dr. Phil and Oprah's show.
I mean, to be fair.
I will give the two of them credit. They are actually pretty good. Depending on the situation. Mention divorce can be considered an ultimatum. I will say it depends on the person. To me, it's not an ultimatum if you're telling someone, I am feeling like I can't stay in this relationship unless we resolve this.
I will say it might be a little better to say something along the lines of, if we don't address this, it's going to cause irreparable damage to our relationship. Just because it doesn't necessarily put quite the fear of God in them yet, but gets the point across that this can be a bigger problem going down the road without sounding like legal issues.
Right. Dr. Phil, he is funny. And the thing is, I've always been told I give good advice, and I try my best to give advice that if I'm going to give it to you, I need to make sure that not only is it coming from a good place within me, but that when you then use it, it comes from a good place within you. And so that is a very important thing. Again, I keep repeating it ad nauseum, this whole entire thing. You have to be self-aware. You have to be self-sacrificing in a lot of ways, and you have to communicate. Your willingness to change all depends on those assets in your belt. You have to be willing to admit when you're wrong. You have to be willing to compromise. I don't have a prenup. Let's go on vacation. Start that. Because I'm very good at, you guys have seen it. I call myself out all the time. I can easily address what I've done wrong and what's wrong with me. And I'm really good at calling that out in others, which is partly why a lot of folks don't like me, because I see through them very easy. And I don't say it a lot because it does sound kind of braggy, but
yeah, Miss Starsan over here, just so full of herself.
Can I say, I am a woman amongst women. I am a high value creature. I am the ideal woman. Okay. I'm a high value red pill woman. No. But I mean, I'm making a podcast now saying men ain't shit. But it's just a matter of, I want relationships to succeed. I feel that not enough people want relationships to succeed. They want the individual in the relationship to succeed. Which is why going to a friend is great as long as you tell them both sides. If all you do is insult, bitch about, and bemoan your spouse, your friend only wants one person to succeed, and that's you. So you have to throw them a bone. She's everything that Pearl wishes she was. Oh, now that is a compliment, Derp. Thank you. You have to be willing. Everyone has a set of rules in a relationship, right? Things that you're willing to deal with, things that you're not. Everyone's rules are different. I have a theory that Florida gets you pregnant. Let's go and see if my theory works a second time.
I mean, unless you take in Starman or Feyman, I don't think that's going to end. I mean, could just be me, but I don't think it'll happen.
So is that what I'm hoping that where I'm going now is a magic button. There's a jacuzzi there, so we'll see.
Jacuzzis are fun.
It's true. A lot of it comes down to you have to be willing to call yourself out. Call yourself out and want to change. It's the best I can tell you guys. It's never going to get better until you actively want to make it better.
There are two people in every argument.
And there's three sides. Your side, their side, and the right side. The truth. You have to not want to just be the successful one in your relationship. You have to want your spouse. This is something where none of you may not want to admit it. But is it worth winning an argument? Do you feel better when you've won the argument or when you've resolved the issue? Think about that. Think real hard. What feels better? When there's a compromise and the thing has been concluded?
You don't have to do it again?
You don't have to deal with it again? Or when you've shown them who's boss and you've won. You won that fight. Or how shitty you felt when they won the fight. Think about that. That's a difference.
Fighting to win in a relationship usually causes more damage to the relationship. You should be fighting to come to a conclusion between you both.
Winning is fun. I know you're just joking, Liko. Winning may be fun. But is it worth it? Pick your battles. A lot of people see these relationship goals or, oh, well, that couple's doing this or that couple's going and doing that. Winning feels very good, but living with the loser is hell. Especially if you're a sore winner. And it does, I agree, it does depend on the severity of the argument, but the point is, that's why I say pick your battles. Resolved, because your day is so much smoother. And in my personal opinion, I prefer resolution because then husband and I afterwards can roast each other about it and joke about it. It becomes an inside joke instead of becoming another notch in their death knell.
Yep.
And so again, if you notice, we keep going back to the same rules. Pick your battles. Self-sacrifice. Communication. Compromise.
Then more communication.
You know, you listen to assholes like Tate and Pearl who sit there and say chores are a dumb reason to divorce. Sure. If it's literally just you didn't pick up the trash. But when every single day you do 100% of the work and your spouse comes home and doesn't even say, wow, babe, whatever man or woman comes home and says, wow, babe, I honestly feel this house is beautiful. You've done A, B, and C for me, and I love it. And well, I saw what you said, Faye. It's definitely a matter of if you feel unappreciated, if you feel like your efforts aren't worth it, if every day your spouse comes home and ignores when you clean, expects you to cook, not says, hey, babe, do you know when we can have dinner and can I help you? And said, when's dinner? There's a difference. And whether you guys realize it or not, chores are an absolutely valid reason to get divorced. If every single day all you feel like is a maid that he happens to also boink. So again, there's a lot that goes into it. Maybe I should do a relationship stream. I don't know. I will tell you right now, I don't want to be as big as Pearl. I'll take her paychecks though. She want to pass me them ducats? I accept. Thank you. But
we are both willing to take money.
100%.
At any point, just
when dinner. I would have shoved a plate on someone's right. Because the thing is, and there are many people, especially these red pill. Again, there was one asshole. He's constantly replying to me in the worst grammar I've ever seen about how women are good for nothing but sex. And he claims that women are so... You just did a relationship stream. Only half.
He's not wrong.
But the point is, this guy's been saying he's got a collection of women that he selects from to get his needs met. And I'm like, what it sounds like is that you pay a couple of hookers because you can't keep a woman down. That's what it sounds like to me. And
there are many ways to pay a hooker. They aren't always cash.
Here's what I'll tell you guys. If you want to read, sift through the drama screenshots. I've got it in there. It's like Goose 101 or something. You can also go onto my Twitter, TheStarSon. It's on there. My husband and his wife were on the verge of having an argument while trying to pitch a tent. I then arrived on scene and told him, hey, dumb fuck, start with step 1 of the instructions. And I didn't have any strong disagreements. Well, I will say this, Silvar, out of everyone in this chat, you're older, you've been in a long-term relationship, so you are someone who has the most experience in this chat. And if you haven't seen anything wrong with what I said, I appreciate that. But I can't even really take all the credit for it. A lot of it, again, a lot of people have not let him talk. Women will keep him at a distance. Right.
Oh, yeah. And he's probably being used more than he's using them. Let's face it.
Honestly, I think he's 13 years old. And I think that he doesn't even know what a woman feels like.
Probably.
A lot of what he said doesn't make any sense. And he doesn't know how to clap back. I'm very opinionated. I know, Silvar.
Yes, we're.
I appreciate that. That's the saying. Like, again, I think the problem is the generation before us, the generation right before horror, was raised to believe that divorce was the first option. That you should never be kept in a marriage that you don't like, and not that we are very much in a consumer, generation, and we were taught, just like with our items, to toss it away. It's not giving you what you want. He's not a Wednesday dinner kind of man, but he does think of me every time we sit down to a freshly cooked meal. Exactly. The thing is, he may say it like, Wednesday dinner, but then he thanks you afterwards. Well, thanks for this work. Again, it's the appreciation involved. If you never hear the word thank you, eventually you're not going to believe that he's grateful at all.
Yep.
And that's the thing. This is just man and woman thing, but a lot of these guys that are following Pearl and eating up everything she's saying, the reason why they follow it is because they lack experience with any female outside of their mother. And a lot of these people have never seen a healthy relationship. They've either seen people who argue but stay together for the sake of either money or tax purposes or the kids, or they see people who divorce and get remarried and then use the kids as a battlefield. There's a lot of unhealthy representation. And then on top of that, and I'm someone who still has a hard time letting go of this idea. Whether we like it or not, entertainment absolutely influences a generation. When you see, and growing up, it was something that I didn't understand it at all. Think of it. How many people on TV hated their spouse in a TV show? Or they would always make fun of their spouse, say their spouse isn't that great. Even on the King of Queens, Everybody Loves Raymond. You got all of these shows where they may be in a committed relationship, but they weren't friends. They were people who were at odds and lived under the same roof and sometimes might get along. Home Improvement, you've got the same situation with there. Married with Children.
I agree with Married with Children. I don't necessarily agree on Home Improvement. I mean,
Jill constantly was at odds, making fun of Tim, getting mad at everything he did. Every time he did her something, he tried to invent something to make her life easier. She never appreciated it. She would always down him.
They did have a tendency to break everything.
Yes. But the point is, a lot of times when it would break is because she would fuck with it. She would get, again, it was never oh, babe, you made a mess. It was, Tim! It was always adversarial. It never felt like a happy couple. It felt like two people that were fighting and happened to be married. And I never knew. I try to make him say thank you and sometimes force him to say it because I want to teach my daughter exactly how to be properly thankful. I'm going to go. All right. Have a good night, Liko.
Night, Liko.
They would go to the basement and try and talk to the toy rabbit. I don't remember which one that one is. Yeah, Al Bundy. The Married with Children is a big example.
Al Bundy's a big one, yeah.
Big example. And it's funny in the content of the show, but the Honeymooners was the same thing. Even with I Love Lucy, a lot of times, even though they were a very cute, happy couple, how many times was Lucy at odds with Ricky?
Fairness, that is more entertaining than happiness.
But at the end of the day, when a lot of these people were not watching their parents at home, this was the only idea of a relationship they had. And again, I am someone who over time has realized, whether I like it or not, entertainment does, to an extent, influence it. Everybody Loves Raymond is a very perfect example of it. None of the relationships in that show were healthy relationships. None of them. Even the ones that they kind of held up as healthy relationships. You look even at Frasier. Until Niles married Daphne, there was no healthy relationships in that show either.
Well, no, but that was part of the point.
Right. But the point is, it's when you look at these things, it's harder for me to find healthy relationships that were represented in entertainment or to show serious things than it was to find unhealthy.
So going back to the Tim the Toolman thing, because yeah, she did get mad at him for the inventions and she did get mad at him for a lot of other things. But when they had an actual problem, they were both there for each other. When I'm trying to think of a specific example, when she was going through with her masters or whatever it was, he was there to support her through that. I mean, they had yes, they did have obviously antagonistic portions in their relationship, mostly around Tim being kind of a screw up, but they still showed the times when things got bad, they were there for each other, or when they actually had a fight, them resolving the situation. It wasn't always just fighting constantly.
And this is the thing I'll say to rebuttal that, but it was always Tim supporting Jill. Jill would never.
Jill supported him too.
See, in my opinion, I didn't see it. I saw a lot of her being nasty. In my opinion. But that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, even with dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs was definitely but even the kid was
yeah.
Maybe was fun.
But I'm saying, like, yes, it's entertainment and we understand it's not real, but after a while, when you don't see any other representation, those entertainment families made me less interested in developing. Exactly, because the thing is, when you see that, and it's every TV show, right? Where it's always this kind of adversarial thing, and like, even if it's not like, at war, if this is where it's relatable and it's entertainment because this is how real life is, which a lot of these people who wrote these shows are like, well, I based it off my real life. Like, why would you ever want to achieve that? I wouldn't. I would never want to live in Ray's life. I would never. Mind you.
Well, definitely not in Ray's life. Oh my God.
Right. I would never want to live that life. They were miserable all the time. And no one ever stood up for themselves unless it was like petty and catty. And even, again, all these things, that's what I would see. And not the daddy, not the dad, not the mommy.
Not the mama.
But that's the thing. It's like, it didn't help my mother acted that way too. See? Shadow Warden is hitting the nail on the head. The problem is, like with you, it was easier for you because your dad was not a good person.
Oh, my dad was a terrible person.
Exactly. So for you, it was easy to say, these are two separate things.
Actually, you're right. You're right, Silver. The Munsters and the Addams family both had very healthy relationships.
Right. But how often, except for like very recently, did you hear them ever talked about?
I mean, I was kind of obsessed with them both. So I'm not a good polling part for this conversation.
Right. I will tell you right now, a lot of times the healthy, like for instance, years and years and years, all we've heard is, I'm Harley, he's Joker. Yeah, it's sick. Only in the last 5 or 6 years people have been like, actually, I want to be Morticia. I want him to be Gomez. That's a relatively new thing to say. Because think about it. The only healthy relationships that were represented on TV were monsters. They were considered people. Weird. They were considered outside the norm.
It really says a lot about how strange I am.
But that's like, listen, my family loved all that kind of stuff. But this is what I'm saying. It's like, we have an entire generation of people who every time they saw entertainment and couples, whether they be boyfriend and girlfriend, whether they be engaged, whether they be married, whether they be long-term elderly couple, 9 times out of 10, it was some kind of adversarial, like, yeah, that's my husband, or I can't wait to get away from the wife for a little bit. Oh, we got to get all the guys out. We got to get away from the women for a while. It's always some kind of, I've got to escape my home. And I identify with them exactly. Like that is unusual though. Like I identify with them. My mom and dad adored Morticia and Gomez because why? My mom and dad were like Morticia and Gomez. But none of my friends' parents were. None of them. I don't know a single. I'm thinking.
My parents definitely were not like Morticia and Gomez.
I'm thinking really
They
hard.
also weren't like Lily and Herman, so.
I will say that, like, my in-laws and my brothers-in-laws, they're not adversarial people at all. They love their spouses and all that. But if they like my parents, no. But most people are not.
Yeah,
again,
most relationships aren't like your parents. Even good ones, even good healthy ones, weren't really like your parents.
It's just like, I like shows like Dharma and Greg. The ball and chain, exactly. Thank you. I was not articulating it properly. Annie put it perfectly. The problem is a lot of it was ball and chain, and they decided on dysfunctional Jack and Sally. I know that afterwards Jack and Sally weren't dysfunctional, but them getting together, massively dysfunctional. Massively. But that was awkward teen goth romance, and so people love that. But what it comes down to is a lot of these people, growing up were only taught to enjoy in a relationship those fun moments, the memorable moments, vacation, buying nice things, holidays. But the day-to-day was always shown it's supposed to be a little miserable. Instead of, this is your partner, you can enjoy it. That's what I saw. Now, it could be I see it that lens because my parents had such a healthy relationship. And that could be why. Maybe other people don't see it that way because to them that is normal. But that
could be why I saw more of the positive, because honestly, my mother was the positive in the relationship. And my father was nothing positive. So that actually looked like a healthier dynamic than what I was looking at most of the time.
Right. Maybe that's why for you, Jill is not that way because, and I'm not saying anything negative about your mom, obviously, but that's why for me, looking at it, it was very negative because my mom would never have spoken to my dad that way for the pure reason that it's just super disrespectful. Just as there's a lot of things that Tim would say to Jill that I would never think my dad would say. Why would I want to name my partner after Bruce Springsteen? So the boss, I don't see anything wrong with someone in a relationship being the boss because there's always somebody who makes the majority of the decisions. My husband put me in that role. He doesn't like making decisions, so I am the boss. But there are many relationships where the husband is the boss. Happy wife, happy life. I agree with, but only because I agree it's for both. I also agree with happy spouse, happy house. So that's me. That's not what I meant. He knows, Derp.
And you see, initially I thought he said the wife from Who's the Boss? And I'm like, they weren't married until much later. That was a really unhealthy relationship. But
even then, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Step by Step, all of those, the Winslows, what is it?
Family Matters.
Even then, there was always a matter of the wife kind of being a little adversarial towards her husband. I think the most healthy one out of those three was Fresh Prince.
I don't remember Step by Step being all that bad at all.
It was a weird kind of, it was like a passive-aggressive, smiley adversarial, from what I'm remembering. Like, they would always do things, but they would do it separate. They never really were a couple. Again, like, they weren't a negative people, but you never really saw them as a couple. It's always the mom going off and doing something, the dad going off and doing something with the kids, but you never really saw a lot of stuff in it together. But also, this was also like 30 years ago, so I might be remembering it wrong.
Yeah, I'm having problems remembering myself. But then I think about, what was that one with Michael J. Fox?
Three's Company?
No, that's an entirely different show. That's John Ritter, and that was that. Yeah, not the same type of show.
I'm trying to remember, but again, what it goes back to is, and I know I'm
Family Ties. Thank you, Derp.
Family Ties, but the point is, it's like when you are raised to believe that it's disposable, and that the only thing you can achieve is adversarial, and like Shadow Warden was saying, when you see it on TV and it's meant to be entertainment, but then you also see it reflected in real life, then it starts to get difficult. And like I said, I don't know anyone when I was growing up that had healthy parents. I had a lot of friends whose parents didn't sleep in the same room. I had a lot of friends whose parents they'd never even seen kiss. I had a lot of friends whose parents would complain about each other. I had friends whose parents were abusive to each other. This is the majority of my friends. And I come from a very nice area, normal neighborhood. I don't know anyone outside of a few people. I'm having a hard, I honestly, outside of my in-laws and my brother's in-laws,
I guess
I'm having a hard time.
What I'm thinking about is if what they're seeing is what their familiar relationships look like on TV, is it really the entertainment that's the problem, or is it their familial relationships? Because I don't know that you can necessarily say that it's. I mean, yes, entertainment does to some degree affect. I'm not going to disagree with that. But I don't know that it is the hinge point.
I wouldn't necessarily the hinge point, but think about it this way. So let's say what happened with your parents, right? You're looking for some kind of hope for the future, a better thing. And then you look on TV and everything's just like what you see at home. So it's not just you. Everyone experiences this. This is how it always is. This is relatable because everyone relates to it. So why would I want this? Why would I hope to even try to achieve it?
Is it possible that the ideal healthy relationship isn't that real?
I mean, I would like to think that I hear all the time how healthy Starman's in my relationship is from other people. And I believe with very little issues, I agree. We've got a pretty healthy relationship. I don't understand how, but again, that didn't stem from it not being possible. It stemmed from my mom and dad putting in that effort and putting in that work as a couple and giving me that foundation and showing me it is achievable.
Right, but most people don't get that.
Right. But then that's
and TV can't give that to you.
But I think it can give you a hope for it. I think.
Yeah, but having a hope for it and having the tools to achieve it are two different things.
Agreed. But then again, like I say, if you see that and be like, that's possible. Both because entertainment families are just showing confirmation of dysfunctional relationships are the norm. Essentially what I was saying, right, Shadow Warden? And the thing is,
they kind of are the norm, though.
But that's the thing. They shouldn't be.
Well, no, but lots of things shouldn't be.
I thought I was signing up for the deal my parents had. I was misled. And so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Sylvar.
I went in knowing I didn't want the deal my parents had, and that's part of why I got a divorce.
I have had a lot of people, a lot of friends who come from broken homes. Because the thing is, both my parents came from broken homes. Both of them. Both came from homes that had infidelity. Both came from homes that had an abusive partner. And my mom and dad actively had to decide they were not going. And they both had come from previously bad relationships. My dad had been married for 9 years. My mom had been in a relationship for 10 years. And both of them had abusive partners. my dad's ex-wife, who actually ironically lives in North Carolina, was a very abusive person. She did a lot of shit behind my dad's back, including, which is very wrong in the Catholic Church, getting herself snipped without letting my father know.
Getting snipped in general is wrong in the Catholic Church, or used to be anyway.
It still is. That's enough for an annulment, which I know because that's what my dad got done. And with my mother, she was with a guy that literally got mad at her for even putting on makeup and getting dressed. And my mom just decided that's not what she wanted. My mom was a beautiful woman. She knew she could get whoever she wanted, so she left. And when they met, you can imitate bad examples or learn what not to do. Right. And that's what my mom and dad did. And the thing is, in my opinion, yes, when it comes to like a movie or something, and I think that's where the difference is. In a movie, I don't think it's bad to show a bad relationship. Like when people are like 50 Shades of Grey and da 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 da. I think these are when you can tell it's a story. When it is a long-running sitcom where you're showing the day-to-day life of somebody over seasons, over multiple episodes, that I think is wrong. I think that there should be more, what's what I'm looking for?
Wholesome.
More wholesome, and there should be a more concerted effort to show a good and healthy relationship. Again, like Niles and Daphne, like Chandler and Monica.
The Brady Bunch.
Huh?
The Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch. The Munsters. The Addams Family. And it is easier to say than do. I get that. I do get that. But again, this whole conversation has been showing that there is a difficulty to it. There is always going to be difficulty. Don't listen to the Andrew Tates and Pearls of the world that say that there should be no love in the relationship and that it should be completely contractual and that you just got to deal with it. No. You're supposed to be having fun.
Yeah, leave it to Beaver.
Right. Oh shit. The Dick Van Dyke Show.
Mm-hmm.
That's a positive relationship. You know, and there was times when they showed those.
Donna Reed.
Huh?
Donna Reed.
Donna Reed.
Father Knows Best.
Never have.
Black and whites. Really?
You should never have a Honeymooners. You should never have a Fred and Wilma. You should never have an Al Bundy and Peg situation. But
especially
again,
not them.
No, especially not them. Although, again, but that was an extreme. I agree. And so a lot of people know that is an extreme. You know, did you miss me, Al? With every bullet so far. We can tell that's not real. But outside of the kooky inventions, marriages like Tim and Jill, marriages like Ray and what's her fucking name?
I never really liked that show.
And Ray's parents, and looking at, I think even with the George Lopez show, it was not a great marriage situation. Again, all these things. I got issued the Brady Bunch 7-7. See, I like the marriage in 7-10. I thought it was a pretty good one.
Don't remember that one.
Episodes, obviously, but again, we don't. Deborah, thank you. Again, and I know now we're just starting to prattle on, so she should cut out soon. But the point is, you have to, one last time for the road, compromise. You have to be concise, and you have to communicate. Self-sacrifice. These are important. Learn to pick your battles. Give 100% of yourself. And always treat them like your boyfriend or girlfriend. These are the important things. And if you follow those and you implement them actively into every aspect of your relationship, and as long as your spouse gives that back, there's nothing you guys can't overcome. Which brings the question, who was worse? Carrie from the King of Queens? I would still say Deborah, but Carrie was a close second.
I never really watched either of those shows.
So Deborah, my mom loved, which is funny that my mother loved the show so much. She loved Everybody Loves Raymond. I don't understand why, because she had such a great marriage. None of my family liked King of Queens, but I would see enough episodes where I was like, this is shit. This is a shit relationship. I didn't get it. But I truly believe that all relationships can get past those things if you have all those elements.
I wouldn't say all. There are definitely some relationships you should cut and run from. But the ones where both people are honestly trying and not being insanely abusive, then you should you should be able to get through it.
So I didn't know that they did that, but again, these all came out when I was a kid. Seventh Heaven was on TV when I was like in elementary school and middle school. And by then I was finding anime, and that was a bad thing.
Well, in terms of some of those situations, you're not going to necessarily anticipate and then pre-talk about how you're going to handle it.
Unless it's what you want. Like, I made sure Starman knew. I wanted kids, I wanted them early, and I wanted a lot of them.
I'm talking more about blending families.
Was Seventh Heaven a blended family, though?
No, but Brady Bunch was.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. But again, here's I think we've beat this horse enough.
Just about blending.
If you guys have any questions, think about them, write them down, and save them for next week. If you want, comment on the actual video after we're done saying, yes, I have this question. If you're rewatching it, you want us to address it next Monday, put it in the comments and we'll talk about it. And we'll talk about the situations. If you've made it this far, I don't even know how fucking long we've been streaming.
4 hours and 21 minutes.
Oh fuck. Past family members had a good relationship.
Yes and no. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah, exactly. But I think this is a good time for horror
Show.
Outro. Huh?
The Cosby Show. Their relationship was different.
Different's a good word.
But yeah, I will be off.
Blurred her lines. We know why now.
I will be off tomorrow night. Wednesday night will be the midweek hump. I believe we're going to have my mama on and Floodzilla. So
nice.
Pop on and hang out for that. Thursday and Friday will of course be Baldur's Gate 3. Saturday will be 7 Days to Die, as will Sunday, I believe. And then I will of course be back here with Star Sand to talk about everything furry, fuzzy, and frustrating. Because you gotta remember, humans are animals too. Thus, covering the second half, or the last 3 hours of the stream.
In my defense, they got me talking.
Yes. And if you would like to support me and check out some cool merch, head to evillabs.com or theevillaboratory.com and use code HorrorAmarada to save yourself 10% off on, yes, actually on the midweek this week, Silver. Save yourself 10% off on some cool stuff. So,
as for me, there should be a video coming out this week. You will see me tomorrow at noon. We are going to be doing more of the Inktober special edition stuff. And new video should be coming out. If you guys really love me, do me a favor. Start when you watch the videos, click one of the recommended videos afterwards. It helps the algorithm interact with my stuff, just because I have been yanked from the algorithm and a lot, because all my videos are underperforming now. So YouTube's mad at me. Okay. But
no, why would they be that?
What could I've ever done? But do me the flavor. Join me tomorrow when we chat and draw. You'll catch a new video supposedly sometime this week. And then you'll see me on Sunday. We're probably going to talk more about relationships then with Faye Queen and Peachy. Then you'll catch me next Monday with this beautiful woman. Great stream tonight. Thank you, guys. And it better have been because I'm exhausted.
Unapproved opinions? Yeah.
Unapproved. The peanut gallery agrees. But otherwise,
peanut gallery's telling it's time for bed.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, he gets mad whenever I'm in here too long, no matter when it is now. Huh. Yeah. You happy now? Well, Axel says, good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We love you. Remember to get your animals spayed and neutered. And remember to tell the people that are important to you that you love them and to be safe. So, Har.
Yes.
I love you.
I love you too.
Be safe.
You too.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.